but I know that P wants to say something, so I hope people will know. People will just give me this just please be along with me for like 5 minutes. Let's be just say his mind so that we can also chew on that and have Omi go next after him. P. It seems you wanted to clarify
Yeah,
some.
thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I'm not even sure I'll speak up to 5 minutes, but I just want to make 2 points, right? The question I asked whether the Nigerian hegemony itself is sustainable without the Western contribution is just to highlight the very points that the relationship and the transaction might appear one way because it seems to profit one side more. But if you look at the fact that many of these trades, right, it's not exactly a dash, even though you might say it's not conducted in a moral evaluation of its actual cost. So you might say, for instance, that Africa gives more than they get, but that really is whose fault if you look at it fundamentally, right? If you enter into a trade negotiation, it's your obligation to negotiate what is preferable to you, right? And what you think is the real value for what you have to offer. It's not on the side of the other party to um, give you what they think you deserve. They will give you what they can negotiate for. So, and if you look at this even historically, right? If you look at the trade relations between Africa and the West historically, you see always like this pattern. It's more or less like people having a lack of appreciation for their you would say unrefined resources and selling it short, right? And then they're willing to even pay more to buying the refined products at the end of the day. And that pattern is still very much evident, right? Otherwise, what really is stopping most of these African states from investing in research and innovation to try and match the West in terms of technical competence and also scientific innovations too as well, which would in fact increase the value of what they have to offer to the world, right? If you look at Nigeria, for instance, we sell mostly two things to the world: oil and perhaps agriculture. Agriculture is nothing to write home about because we're doing far less than our potential, right? So I mean, if you look at it from this point of view, right, you would see that while you might, I mean, the question on whether the West can survive without the resource from Africa is actually very important. But you can also reverse the question to say, even if they don't buy all of these things from us, what really can we do with them? What's competence level? Nigeria, for instance, has like abundant arable land, right? But you look at the fact that we even at food security, right? Let alone self-sufficiency, because they're two different things. And if you also look at the fact that I was just studying last week, I was looking at the agricultural produce from Germany, right, and from Nigeria, and I saw that a particular state in Germany could actually match nearly half the resources, like half the output Nigeria, churns out annually. So while you can get like several kilograms of agricultural harvest from a small piece of land in Germany, right? It will take you acres of land in Nigeria to get the same kind of productivity. Now that's because we have so many inefficiencies that's hindering, greater produce and all of that. So you could reverse the question to say, if they stop buying from us, what really can we do with all of those resources? We cannot go and drink our crude. Nigeria is how many years old? We lack the capacity to actually refine crude. We have crude in abundance in the Delta, but carrying the thing, taking it abroad to now buy petrol in return. And last week, or is it this week, Buhari asked for over 3 trillion naira for subsidy, because after we import the oil back, we then have to subsidize the cost for the average Nigerian, ballooning every year. What cost the refinery? It's been done in most places. Have done stuff like it's technology or anything. It's not even hard to master, right? What does it really cost to be the refinery to refine your own crude? Look at the own state oil company and how it is run, and you look at the NNPC of Nigeria, you would see that we lack the basic competence to do even the simplest of things. So even if today they say, oh, you know what, keep your crude, and by the way, Nigeria's crude is no longer the most preferred actually, because it's not as light as they would prefer. In fact, I think it was last year we actually shipped the crude and it spent over 6 months on the sea. We're looking for a buyer, we couldn't get a buyer until I think it was Belgium that bought the particular shipment eventually. So there's like a reckoning for us to note in that regard. But even today, they say, okay, you know what, keep all of your stuff. We don't want them anymore. What really can we do with those things? That's the thing. We don't have the competence to add value to them. That's the one point. And the second one is also the question you asked about whether or not the interaction is justifiable. Well, I try not to look at things from the moral point of view because, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think that I should um, leave my humanity to the moral sense or moral judgment of an external party. So I will not let an outsider use his own moral compass to determine the worth of my dignity and my humanity and all of that stuff. I rather insist on it, right? And that's how the world works. To be very honest, right? Nobody's going to give you anything because they think it's morally good or it's fair. Everyone looks after themselves first, and then whatever is left, they can afford to give to you. So it really is up to us to more or less like alter the state of things to accrue more benefits to ourselves. We should not try and appeal to the moral sense of what is good or bad because, like, really nobody cares. Just yesterday, Britain announced that they will now be taking migrants to Rwanda for them to process their, migration documents before they're allowed to come to the UK. So if you don't make it to the UK, you probably will have to just maintain life in Rwanda before you're deported back to your home states. The goal of that policy is to discourage or deter migrants from coming to the UK because if you know that when you land, they're taking you back to Rwanda, then the incentive to go is actually reduced. They're saying it in very subtle terms that we don't want you to come. Like, we don't, and can you really blame them? People can talk about the fairness of it all, but at the end of the day, they have to protect their own primary constituents. So maybe it's time for us to look inwards and not insist on this moral evaluation of things to say, oh, please, we're poor, we're vulnerable, treat us fairly. It's like, man, nobody cares. That's just the reality of the world.
Thank you, P. Thank you, P. Just to clarify, it's the question in terms of yeah, is sacrifice worth it is not a matter of moral. It's not a moral question. It's a question that as an African, as a Nigerian, as a Yoruba, as a Igbo, or whatever you are, that you have paid the sacrifice for this. You need to be able to look at that question and answer it. It's not a question for the West. It's not a question for the world. It's not a question for humanity. It's a question for you, you, looking at yourself, looking at your community, looking at your people, looking at your states in the past 5 centuries to this point, looking at what you've been through to build this world. Is it worth it? It's not a moral question. It's not you moralizing what has happened now. It's a very simple fact that you are Congolese, you live in Congo. You've seen the plus 5 centuries of your history. You've seen your history today. You've seen how you are being exploited at this moment. So people can build some fancy uh, AI-driven vehicles that can drive up and down. Is it worth it? It's a question for you to ask and answer, not for the world. It's a question for us who have paid the sacrifice to answer, not for the world. So it's not a moral question. It's just a question for us to look at and answer with how we feel about it. If we feel it's justifiable, make your point. If you feel it is not, make your point because you are the person who have paid this sacrifice. So your thoughts, your opinion, what you feel on this question matters more than humanity or the rest of the world. Your voice on this particular question matters more than anybody else's because they did not pay the price. They enjoyed the proceeds of those actions. So they can choose to sit on the fence, they can choose to go right, go left, whatever it is, because it's not like we say in our language, it did not touch them. You that it's touched, only you can say whether it is worth it or not them. So I want to now go down the uh
Sorry,
PTR.
sorry.
Okay,
Can
Stamon,
I
yeah.
can I just say something?
Sure, yeah,
Now,
Mode, go ahead.
if someone sells his resources in a deal that doesn't favor him, now this person just happens to be a sub-Saharan African and is dealing with Europeans, and Europeans have done a deal in which it all favors them because yes, self-interest, self-protection, yes, they have the right to do that. But then these Africans end up now having not just a deal, but a history of deals that doesn't favor them. Now, is it just simply deals done out of free will? Oh, we don't even really know what the resources are worth. We don't even really care. Yeah, just sign anything. Just give them resources as long as we get their dollar or whatever they are bringing. Or is it more compulsion? Some economic hitman pointing a gun behind you, or some politician or government threatening all manner of policies, sanctions, and all sorts of things, just because, even war, just because you didn't open your markets and allow them free access to anything they wanted. Bearing in mind that they already have half a millennia of stolen and accumulated capital, they can out capital you. So this, oh yeah, our leaders just signed any deal. Oh, is it really? Oh, they were just so stupid, or they were compelled by other means. And then this whole talk of morality. Oh, I don't like to include my morality. Look, see this when I hear stuff like this, it just makes me realize, yes, we're actually adopting white ways of thinking. If you're the one dominating, you can exclude morality. It helps you actually deal with the fact that you're doing hard things, evil things to dominate others. Yeah, you can switch your morality off. And white people have ways of even doing that with just with the way their history is written. But when the person who's now being dominated also chooses to switch off his own morality, and that means he's actually accepted what's going on. That means he no longer sees what's being done to him as unjust, unfair, evil, and even the phrase that that's just how the world is. No, that's not how your world was before these people came. I mean, it's just sounded like a total acceptance of a status quo. Not only favors you, but maybe you don't know, is actually driving your people, the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, into extinction. Maybe because we don't see it in totality as it's playing out. So we just think, that's just how the world is. It's the norm, and we just accept it. And it carries on. It keeps going. Half a millennia, 500 years. So if everybody should exclude morality, why are we jumping up and down about religion then? Christianity, Islam. Why are we crying about people dying in Ukraine if that's just how the world is? I learned.
Thank you, Stammen. Peace
Michael,
is it was kind of a
Michael,
response.
sorry,
Yes, Finn.
Michael. So is it
Yeah.
fair enough to say I and Starman, we actually go along the same line? Is it fair?
No, to a degree, yes.
Okay.
It is fair.
Because Starman, before you came, I had said that the African mind is not serious.
To be fair, the three of you that have spoken actually went along the same line. It's just there's a tiny bit of differences in what P said as Starman kind of respond to, which I'm going to give P 2 minutes to kind of, because it was kind of responding to him, to just respond to us, then we can continue down the PTR, or if there's nobody down the PTR, just to move the conversation along. But the theory of you speaking from the argument of the resources, the worth of it itself is also to be considered, and the fact that from P's angle is not just a one-way traffic, it's a two-way traffic. But I and P, I'm of the opinion that we've paid the price for it. At least we pay like 99.99% of the price anyway. We get to determine whether it's worth it or not humanity, everybody else. And I think the difference between P and Starman is on the moral of bringing morality into the discussion is where they kind of differ. So P, just take 2 minutes, please. Be quick so that we can go down to Peter.
Thank you. I'll just start by saying that attributing one's opinion to an adoption of the white man's way of thinking is to suggest that a black person lacks the agency to develop his own independent thoughts. It's not a good thing to say to anyone. If you have something to say in response to people's opinion, you can respond to them directly and not suggest that they are aping a white man's narrative. It's reducing their own capacity to develop thoughts for themselves. So that's like, the first thing. And the second one also is to address the point about historical injustice and the compulsion of Africans to surrender their resources. It goes back to the same point, right? So how did the compulsion take place? Compulsion can only happen between a superior force and an inferior force, right? So if you analyze the situation and say, how did I end up with the short end of the stick? That's the only way forward. I mean, looking at how you lost and then preparing yourself to avoid defeat in the future. That's how China did it. That's how Japan did it, right? They simply saw that they lost, they fought, they met another culture that is different to theirs. They struggled, they lost the struggle, and then they said, how can we avoid a repeat of this? And then they, went on that path. And today they can stand toe to toe with these same people, and match them strength for strength. And also the point about, um, morality, something that's baked into some culture and whatnot. That's just, there's no historical evidence for that. If you look at the evolution of mankind from the days of the small tribe, right, the common feature is that people often protect, like people often advance the cause of their own tribe, even if you come at odds with that of the other tribe. So if I have a small tribal group, my primary objective is to ensure that that's tribal group survives. I don't really care much what happens to other people of other members of groups, and that's why in literally every culture there is a long storied documentation of wars, like tribal wars, internecine wars amongst people. If you look at what really inspired those wars, it was a fight for resources, for land, for labor, for access to the coast, so that you can get better trade and whatnot. So historically, every culture have always fought for resources because people's sense of primordial interest and trying to attain self-preservation often preceded any other kind of moral, you would say, um, thoughts or anything, moral feeling or moral sense of what is good and what is bad. And that remains today. So the beauty for Africa is that when it comes to defining the in group, members of a group, right, it's actually very fluid. So people can redefine that and can, renegotiate who belongs to the in group, right? But the very basis of international negotiation and interaction is actually a fight for people's um, exclusive interest, tribal interest. That's really what drives the world today. And that's the point I'm trying to make, right? That whether or not we like it, we actually have to negotiate with the world, with the way the world is, not our own idea of how the world should be. Because if you're playing a game no one else is playing, you're going to lose. It's like fighting in a boxing bout and you're saying, oh no, because I have a sense of justice, I'm not going to punch you below the belt. But your opponent is willing to do anything to defeat you. We all know he's going to come out of that fight healthy and victorious, right? So you actually have to deal with the way the world operates and the way the world is, not by trying to say, oh no, I'm going to play differently, because you're going to lose. No one has won by playing differently. There's really no historical
P
accounts
Randall.
of that. Yeah, and that's the point. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah,
But
thank you for that. So essentially,
sorry, I was on a call with my dad, so sorry, I should have. Yeah,
yeah, go. Do you want to go now? Do you want to wait a little bit before?
yeah. I think I actually want to say something. So, there's one thing our people are missing, and I think I was hearing P saying something that when he was corroborating something that has to do with when it comes to interest, people don't talk about emotion, morality, or what is good or right. Some certain days ago, so some guys in our Nigerian WhatsApp group in Germany, they were saying, you know, Ukraine wants to join EU and they will join. I told them, do you still want to be living in Europe? Do you want peace in Europe? It is not your business whether Ukraine joins EU or not. Your own interest, you came abroad, is that anything that has to do with liberalism will favor you, because if a conservative mind come and have an opinion about you, you'll be forced to go back to your country. So as much as they love liberalism, that Ukraine can do whatever they want to do, understand the fundamentals. See, Russia will go to war with Europe if even if they join EU. But I'm not sure, maybe that is still totally correct, because once they join EU, they will have influence in their polity and whatever. And once they start having influence in their polity, there's a high probability that they will join NATO. And once they join NATO, Russia will go below the belt with anybody. So we need to understand it. So we don't usually mind the business that pays us. We always want to have an opinion on that, on other people's business. Again, people need to understand that the narrative of humanity, human rights, and democracy has been weaponized amongst our people. So our people have now turned to toothless dogs that any small thing that has even done against their own people, whether they kill anybody now in the middle belt, you just see one idiot from the south shouting about humanity when there is no justice. We don't talk about justice. We don't talk about all these things. These are the narrative of the Western hegemony. People might not even know. They don't know. So when you see people come and shout, particularly people like Sega in the Nigerian space, they will just come and start shouting human right, and we need to be human first. We should talk to people to understand that people should not be killed. Why should people not be killed? People will be killed now. You are living in an unjust society. You are saying they will not kill. They will kill people. But this brutal truth, people don't always want to hear it because another person will come and make assertion that I'm making justification for the death of people. Man, people's interest must be protected. It doesn't even matter if 10,000 people's life will be used to augment or to justify their own interest. They will do it. They will do it. Even the West, when it was easy for them to go and challenge Libya, look at what Libya has turned down to. Do you know how many people have died in Libya? Do you know how many businesses have crashed? Do you know the economy? If it will take the life of everybody, the West will do it. It is not the West that will define what humanity is for me. It is not the West that will define what human rights is for me. It is not the West that will define uh, what is right and wrong for me. Because over time, in fact, every time I read about colonialism, the way they were doing their things, they will be stealing our resources and they will say they are using it to build schools and roads and churches. And people are coming here to justify colonialism has an impact in our life. Nonsense. Colonialism don't have any impact in our life. Colonialism just gave us educated illiterate. You see people going out to come and talk, I am a Nigerian. Ask them what do they understand by Nigeria. Yesterday, I was watching a YouTube video. One guy, I think his name is Bayo or whatever. He posted it on YouTube. And I think most people that don't even have elementary understanding of Nigeria's problem, they will need that video. Michael, maybe you have it now. Maybe you should tag it to the link. Let them just go and watch the full series. That guy was
Which
really
send me
on,
the link. Send me the link. I'll tag
that
the
guy
video
was
too.
really on point. I'll send you on WhatsApp. The guy was really on point. The guy stated every of our problem. He identified every of our problem, and at the end of the day, we people were even now telling me that wow, this is nice. All the people that used to hate me before in those our group, they were saying different things. It's really annoying. I've sent it to you on WhatsApp. It is 4 series. People should go and watch it. I think we need to campaign that people should go and watch that video. They need to watch it. It is just like a 30 minutes video. Another one is maybe 58 minutes. The other one is 1 hour or so. The fourth one, the guy has not released the fourth one, but he said he's going to do it in 4 series. He's going to do the pre-colonial era and the colonial era and the coup and after the civil war, what has happened. In fact, it is the civil war I want to see. Even though I know all this history, though, so I'm just like there are some little things too that I added to my knowledge from that video. And people just come here to come. The guy literally said it that the British created Nigeria, and the people there today are not the same people we thought they are, because the people in their mind, they still have the mind of their local community interest. He said it there. So if anybody comes and starts shouting tribalism, you don't even understand what tribalism is. It is only all these things. You see that girl on Twitter saying, you see people that don't understand our problem. The influence of this Western education is a very big thing, because the influence of
It's a big problem, honestly.
the influence of this Western education is cemented their hegemony in a way that it gives credence to when anybody comes and speak English. The illiterate that are listening to them, they will give credence to that because of the fact that they can speak English and they are eloquent. They are saying the right thing. They are actually not saying the right thing. And those were the agendas most of our parents bought into that time, that people will just come and campaign and speak English. And like really not there also in Botoda, they'll say he has sense that he's speaking good English.
Ideally, Rewaju, our parents or our grandparents only wanted us to learn the white man's ways that led to advancement of
because
one
they have low
society.
self-esteem. They have
No,
low
no, no,
self-esteem.
hold on. No. It's not. Sometimes it's just the way we is anything that has to do with advancement of our own society. But they didn't say we should throw away our own indigeneity for anything, or our own heritage, or our own traditional systems. You understand?
Well, no,
Maybe they didn't do a good
I'm
job
saying,
of
I'm saying,
screening it. No, what I mean is maybe they didn't do a good job of educating us in our own. But you will also know that I mean, it was a white man controlling everything, so they could impose the educational system. They could. So this thing started even way beyond before even the white man had studied us so much that they knew how to actually break up our system.
in fact, the guy even highlighted.
Yeah,
Let me shock people. In fact, the guy even highlighted that who the set of people the British used to destroy our people. They were all these what would they call all these evangelists, all these people, these missionaries and
The
explorers.
missionaries now,
Missionaries and
when
explorers.
they came initially, they
Missionaries
were
and
guys,
when
explorers.
wait. Let me what you think. Yeah, just a moment. So, let me let you continue the point. So, uh, the thing is, there is so much in this topic that you start saying many things we kind of cut in. I added the link to the series of videos, the documentary I think Olamide mentioned. That's it up there in the pinned link.
If you don't know
People
anything
can
about Nigeria,
check.
just go and watch that video.
Just to kind of bring us back on topic is, I'll say what Olamide and Tigwa discussed is still kind of like a subset of the topic, but I think we'll get to that as we actually discuss along. We are still kind of at the beginning stages of actually fleshing out the question that Femi, Starman, and P has kind of give their opinion on, which is to the topic itself that is Western hegemony sustainable without subsidies in terms of resources, skill, labor, exploitation of the global south. And that's also brought along a question that I also have along the same line of thought that it is sacrifices that have been paid for the world we live in today. Where the West sits at the top, the rest of us are just here down below. As people who have paid sacrifices, as Africans, as Nigerians, as Yoruba, as Igbo, as Congolese, as whatever, do we feel the sacrifices is worth it? Do we feel the sacrifice we keep paying today at this moment? For example, the sacrifice being paid by, let's say, the Congolese so that we can all have an electric vehicle, is it worth it? So it's a question that I would actually like us to also give an answer to that. Do we feel the sacrifice we've paid for the world today, is it worth it? Because this is a question only we, as people who've paid this sacrifice can answer, not the people who actually expected it, not the people who were on the receiving end of these sacrifices, whereby they used it to build their society, to build their economy, to build their culture, to build their nation. They used it to industrialize. They used it to innovate. They get to sit on the fence or go right, go left as they desire, but as the people who actually pays the sacrifice itself, who subsidizes the world, what is our like? We need to think how we feel about this, which I would like people to understand. And that also led to a question that P asked in terms of if it is if Nigeria itself is sustainable without the West, because it's the same question that is asked in the topic, but now redirected, because it seems like it's a mutually reinforcing scenario, not just one way, it's also come back the other way. So the other way is not just Nigeria alone, African nations, the colonial contractions we call nations in Africa, are they sustainable without, let's say, without the West as well? As we're asking if the West can sustain their lifestyle, their peace, their hegemony on the world without Africa. So those are the few questions we are kind of analyzing. It still fits into what everybody has said, but I think as we are just starting, we need to answer this question first before we actually now move deeper and deeper and deeper into the conversation. So, Reward, did you want to complete your thoughts, or should we move to Omi?
So, like I was saying, the West need Nigeria to continue to exist. Why? Nigeria, they know Nigeria is a bastion of barbarism. What people need to understand first is this: don't come here to complain about the economy. Don't come here to complain about the politics. Don't come here to complain about why there is strike. Don't come here to complain about why opium is weaponized, quote and unquote, religious centers are many today. Don't complain why your healthcare system is bad. And don't complain about why the family structure is under threat today. Because let me even tell you, to a certain degree, as much as people have freedom of doing whatever they want to do, I sincerely believe that as Africans, that if we had a sustainable society, it will be very hard for you to see people engage mostly in promiscuity. And let me give you the reason. There are a lot of studies that have correlated that the more reason why people engage in promiscuity, like, yeah, men want to do, women want to do, is because of the economic imbalance. So women will see somebody that's financially okay, they will see them as a soft target. Honestly, some research have been made about that. The family is under threat. And we can also agree that there are bad people everywhere, just like we know. And this also, there are a lot of psychological effect to people's behavior too. The way and manner people relate. If you correlate it with a society that is not self-reliant and self-sustainable, that social security is not guaranteed, there's a high probability that people will be forced to do the most nefarious thing. People will be forced to think in a kind of way that they will get whatever they want to get in whatsoever way. So Nigeria needs to be together, yes, because they know that once you are having crisis within yourself, competition of competing for power and resource control, power and resources. Once you start competing for that, all of you will be fighting yourself. You'll be fighting for power, you'll be fighting for resources, you'll be fighting every day and night. Igbos will do that to Yoruba, Yorubas will do it to Hausa, Hausa will do it to Yoruba. The madness continues. So if that boat is not untightened, people will still die. And me, see, my level of empathy is even lost now because I don't know why people don't even understand the problem, because they are fundamentals to societal buildings. And if you miss that fundamentals to societal building, you descend into barbarism. Honestly, my empathy is not strong anymore. I want it is now a culture in Nigeria. They will kill 100 people. People will just read it and move on. It has gotten there. And I hope and pray that we are continue to talk about it, people will stop regarding us to as tribalists or whatever. That's not even the problem. It is
They
your
should
ignorance.
continue. It will make us. It will even make us more determined
Yeah,
to continue.
it is your own ignorance that would give credence to why Nigeria must.
Yeah, I don't even bother. I don't care if anybody says I'm a tribalist. I own it with my full chest.
So,
Think tank, let's allow me to finish his thoughts so that we can go down
no,
the talk.
I'm
Oh,
done.
you are done. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Allow me. Omi, are you there? Omi is what? Are you there? Okay. Okay. Has feeling disappeared. Oh, Mr. Ojo, do you want to go or do you want to listen for a bit?
I'll listen. Excuse me. I'll listen for a bit.
Okay. Okay.
I think Lord has
Can
been
I
trying to say
say
something,
something?
Michael.
Oh, sorry, who?
Hold on, Michael.
I think
think we
Lord
should
has
let.
been trying to speak. If you may,
No, I think
it's not up
Think
to you.
Tank has also been trying to speak actually.
Yeah, it's a picture. I just refreshed my link. Lord is actually next. Omi seems to not be there. Spring was there, but it disappeared. So Nod is next on the picture. Sorry for taking so long. Lord, you can have a go.
All right, thank you for this time and opportunity. Greetings to everyone. Back of what I loved to say, my line of thoughts, P has already put it across. I wouldn't know if there's any better ways to have put some of the things P said. Uh, Sometimes we look at these things as two sides of a coin. what we call hegemony, the Chinese would rather look at it as shenanigans. And it took them time to get to that stage. How come we can't leave that stage of calling some things hegemony, why some people will call it shenanigans? That begs that question. Uh, Michael has made mention of Congo being the resources basin. What is stopping Congo from, we understand that technology is not, given up freely, it's not transferred, it has to be stolen. What is stopping Congo from stealing this technology over the years? No one is to blame, really. We can't, but the most of the blame wouldn't be on the victim, anyways. If we go back in history, we'll consider that the people we call the West, as at 1884, were different peoples. They sat at a table to, do whatever they did, and now we refer to them collectively as the West. What do we refer ourselves as? What do we call ourselves? We that, these people sat at the table to split up. What do we call ourselves? That leads me to what Gaddafi was, gearing up to at some point. Having this Pan-Africanism, and if it would make sense for us to come together as victims, or as people that's been exploited, and if we can make a case from there, but nothing came from it. And that leads me to some other point that came to my mind. Is at the time, colonization was ongoing, and different peoples were being exploited, and all of those. What happened at the long run to these peoples in history? Kudos to the Yorubas. I'm a Yoruba person, and I wouldn't be jingoistic now, but we need to give ourselves some credit to the fact that go to Cuba today, go to Brazil today, go to wherever, the Yorubas our footprint still stands strong. What happened to the other people that were taken? What happened to the hearts, to the culture, to the religion that was taken from people that were taken to those places? Once again, kudos to we, the Yoruba people. Our footprint still stands there. So if people were exploited as at then, and little or nothing is, learnt from it, or little or nothing is to show from there, who is to blame? Who is to blame for people losing their footprints as where they took them to? The Indians at some point, the Vietnamese, the minor Asians, but at some point where we are at this time. We can't say the same as at Indians as at now. We can't say the same of Indians as at now. Who is to blame again? So looking at moralities, and some of these things are not looking at what role have we ourselves played it in all of this. It's not too tidy, it's not too nice. Just so that I round up, I think P has said bulk of what I would have loved to say. But again, that question, what we call hegemony, some people call it shenanigans. When do we move from calling something hegemony to calling bluffs and calling it shenanigans? We have the work to do. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Thank you, a lot. Omi, are you back? Okay, seems not so. Ola.
Yeah.
Oh, Starman, yeah, Starman, you can go, of course. Yeah, you can.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
I'm sensing a mod hegemony here, but guys, go on.
Oh, did you want to say something?
No, he's just
No,
making a
I
joke.
was
Go
just
ahead. He's just making a joke. Yeah, that's what I want to say. That it's shenanigans, but they must have the power. You understand? So whether we like it or not, shenanigans or not, it's a game because those shenanigans have the power. At the end of the day, it's about the power. We just need to accept that. Which goes what people are saying. You need to learn to play the game, and the game at the end of the day is a game of power itself, and how you wield it, how you display it, how you utilize it. And we've done very poorly at that in the past 5 centuries. Starman, you can have
Well,
sorry for button.
well, yeah. Okay. I'll talk about power later, but let me even start with what I originally wanted to say. Now, Fee, sorry, I might have sounded harsh with my first submission. It's just that when I came into the room, what I pretty much heard was your submission. And hearing that you came at it from a reverse point of view, yeah, I kind of even understand what you're saying even more. But still, that does not exclude what I said about morality and free will or compulsion, and about what you said about well, I wasn't trying to make fun of you for like people aping white thinking, but it's just that it's something that actually pisses me off because I myself used to be victim of it. I used to ape white thinking, and at this stage, there's some things that just irritate me just because I've corrected probably 5,000 people. It's something that we all do that really, I think, as a people, we need to stop doing ASAP because in a way, it helps them by making us just go along with their narrative, which reinforces their assertion that their narrative is the dominant default narrative, leaving us on the fringe of everything by making their narrative the dominant or default narrative. Now, talking about aping white thinking, like I said, it's something that really annoys or irritates me, and I call it out any chance I get now. And now I'm not taking swipes at you. It's just that as we were talking as well, you said one or two things that to me was just the very thing I was talking about. Like, these white tropes that white people throw at us, we internalize and then begin to regurgitate as well. Like that, the statement, literally every culture, has a long history of uh, fighting over resources. Um, every culture has always fought over resources. To be honest, that's one of those white tropes. That's not what world history and world archaeology actually says. And the more we internalize it, the more, in a way, they get us to kind of just agree, oh, man is violent, and as if we're all guilty. Because there's some places on the planet where if you added up all the violence that happened on that continent since their history, it's not even up to 100th of what Europeans or of what Eurasians have done. Yes, now talking about violence, just because there's a murder in a culture that maybe they don't even have warfare doesn't mean that that's a violent people. And I'm not talking of kumbaya, some sort of holy grail kumbaya societies where there was absolutely no violence. And I'm saying that to say this: it's imperative to understand that a tribal conflict is a very different concept from a war. They're not the same thing. Yes, they involve violence, but in concept, they are two totally different things. Okay, now I could go into that, but just to even finish my submission. So yeah, these are the kinds of things that I point out simply because it helps reinforce the very white narrative, which we should be fighting consciously, subconsciously, however. That statement that literally every culture has a long history of fighting over resources or that sort of thing. It's like saying uh basically if we were to go by that analogy, then why if you could just fight your next tribe over resources because you could take it, what's the point even developing long distance trade? you know and it's like negating the very instinct of altruism that saw the humans uh, uh, through the Ice Age as not just a social species, a eusocial species. Now, if any of you has been into any of the white rooms, especially on this Clubhouse, or maybe even some YouTube, Facebook videos, you see them throwing it around a lot. Man is violent. Man is violent. Man is destructive. In fact, the full meme, especially when you meet the real manipulative white ones, they will actually tell you, oh, throughout human history, all human societies have always engaged in war, slavery, genocide, and colonization. Those 4 crimes that they will list, they will tell you that this is how all humans have always been and have always done since the beginning of history. But it's a lie. And many of us internalize it. In fact, I've been in rooms where a few people try to push against it, and they quickly reduced it down to a personal human nature. Oh, but human nature, if someone pisses you off, you're going to fight back. If you want something, if you're starving, if you're hungry, and you're about to die, no one can tell you not to do what you need to do. And then everyone now reverts back to that very human nature frame. Not basically, they do this to get people to revert back to the human nature frame and then cast that on the societal frame. Like, oh, if just you as as a human, not even that you're violent, but just you have the potential to be violent. And then because other people have actually been violent, then we're all the same. No. The more Black people fall for this, the more they're actually centering their narrative and getting away with it. And then back to morality. Now, if China lost their sense of morality in the whole argument and said, oh, we can't put morality into it, we just have to see it how the white people see it, or it's just how the world is, or it's just conquer or be conquered. Even though China themselves have been conquering, but they still put morality into it, which is why today they are doing what they are doing. This is their economic slash quasi-military expansionism, and their justification for it is to correct the so-called what they call it again, century of humiliation. So, like I said, what I said still stands. But yeah, I agree. Going by the topic of the room, sorry, let me one second. Going by the topic of the room, is Western hegemony sustainable without Africa and the global South? No, it's not. But Africa without Western hegemony and self-determination can sustain themselves. And that is actually antithetical to sustaining Western hegemony. So, and the very reason why they have Africa in this position and don't want Africa to move from this position is because Western hegemony has become like a crackhead addicted to crack. I mean, next to nothing on the dollar resources. Let's call it free resources because that's what they actually are. You know, and then on top of that, a pyramid scheme market plus trash dump, like you take the resources for next to nothing on the dollar, you stop the countries from industrializing, which is what I was talking about our leaders and free will or compulsion. You stop them from industrializing, getting them to devalue their currencies, getting them to denationalize, privatize, so I can go in there and actually buy the very mines and oil wells that produce those resources. This is why I said let's next to dollar on the nothing just for the sake of it. Otherwise, it's free resources. So you stop them industrializing because you understand that if they industrialize, then that your trick collapses. The trick where you take the resources for free, you stop them industrialize first of all, you take the resources for free, you now take it, go add value, bring it back, sell it to them for even more than there's just like they do with our petroleum. I mean, come on, we even had refineries before, but somehow through all this SAP structural adjustment program, devalue your currency all that rubbish, everything, even the Ajaokuta steel, whatever, never got off the ground. Just so that they can, we can continue receiving their manufactured goods. Can you see how this So they take resources, give you colored paper, then add value, bring it back. You don't even have enough colored paper to pay for it because they paid cheaper than the value they've added. So you now find yourself in a deal where the resources are even cheaper. Like they negotiate on the resources now. So these people understand that if Africa cuts itself free, their economy begins to shrink because the very resources they need to sustain their economy is depend. And remember, they are addicted to growth. Every quarter, growth. The economy must grow. Those resources they need to sustain that economy needs to come in at a set quota. So if you are mining 100,000 tons of iron ore, whatever size the economy, if that size of the economy is dependent on 80% of that iron ore, they will do whatever it takes to make sure they are getting 80% of your iron ore, whether it's gunboats, whether it's internal coup, whether it's revolution, and then put their own puppets. As long as that 80% of the iron ore you dig out continues coming to them, because they understand that should that 80% not come to them, that represents the economy shrinking, recession, instability in their countries. So, this brings us back to morality. Like, if we make this argument that that's just the way the world is. So, we're just, I was just in a room the other day where someone said for someone to have a good life, some people need to pay the price. And I was like, what, and die? He was like, well, if that's what it takes. That's justifying it for them. If you say, oh, that's just how the world is, then we have to play that game. But hold on, it's a rigged game. It's not in your favor. They've accumulated capital 500 years off your back and still accumulated it off your free resources. How are you gonna play that game? How? I learned for now. You see, sorry. You see, this is how the morality thing frames your mind. You begin to think like them. And I'm not saying this disparagingly, but if you think like them, you are actually trying to act like them, play their game, a game they've rigged. They're winning. The margin of their wins is increasing. How are you ever going to catch up and win unless you reframe everything to your own game?
How do we reframe, Starman? If you could just, explain that.
Self-determination, simple.
What does that mean?
Self-determination. Self-determination just means reverting what happened in Berlin, 1885. That's it. Simple.
Okay, so how does that translate
Okay,
to economic growth for so even if you want to undo the Berlin Conference, which would mean that you then now see a fragmentation of Africa, right? People will then begin to settle themselves into their preferred nation states, right? So how does that translate to economic empowerment? Noting that you've said that they don't have to play the game that the West is playing, which really is global trade. So, if you could explain, I just want to understand what you're advancing as a point of view.
How does it empower them? They're now in control of their resources. They could do what they want. Look, if they want, they can sell it to the West. But the thing is, with self-determination, their priority is not even going to be selling it to the West. Their priority is going to be, you see, this is why the West doesn't want self-determination. Okay, like I said earlier, say you mine 100,000 tons of iron ore. The West needs 80,000 tons of that yearly to keep their economy growing. And the more their economy grows, the more of that they need. Yeah? They understand that with self-determination, you, not being under their control anymore, will want to develop infrastructure. And since the resources are already coming from you anyway, you're now in control. You can suddenly decide, oh, sorry, we can't give you 80% anymore. It's in our own interest now. We actually now need 70%. Sorry, you can only have 30%. For them, that's an existential threat to the economy. They don't want that. Now you need those resources. You can not only build infrastructure. Another reason why they don't want this is you can now also compete on those products that they take your resources to add value and come back sell to you, even cheaper, because they have to come get the resources, ferry across the ocean, add value, ferry it back to you. No, but with you adding value right next to the mine, itself. You are even more competitive. You squeeze them out the market. So yeah, that's how we compete. It's not hard. It's just the will that's necessary, the will to do this.
Are you done, Starman? Starman, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I think what I got from Starman's submission is we have to change the board. We have to change the game if we have any hope. If you want to have any hope of actually catching up in terms of the game itself, which is we need more homogeneous entity that can compete and develop, I guess, by mutually reinforcing each other in the world. We need to find a new game to play that benefits us, not to keep playing the game that the West have built, have created, and possibly rigged in their own favor over centuries. Ola, are you there? Ola, are you there? Okay. P, you've talked for a while, so I want to go to a few people that are here to talk, and you have the chance to come back later if you
Yeah,
don't
I
mind.
was about to mention think tank actually, because you
Is think
mentioned
tank
his
back?
name. Yeah, he's back.
Oh my God, I didn't see my screen. I have to keep refreshing. The app is just wonky. Think tank, you can go.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Sorry, I was on a call, that's why I had to leave. Yeah, so yeah, this is a very interesting topic, and from some of the few speakers are it's quite obvious that we
Think tank, he lost
understand.
you for a bit, or is it just me?
Okay,
Okay, it's
can
me.
you
Don't
hear
worry.
me?
I think it's me.
Yeah. So from the very detailed submissions of the earlier speakers, quite eloquently put. It's obvious, and we know that without Africa, Western hegemony is not sustainable. They will go into direct competition with the East. And it's critical that we begin to change our mindset in Africa. You cannot solve, like what Albert Einstein said, you cannot solve a problem at the same level at which it was created. You need to either go to a higher level, a higher realm of thinking, or you detach yourself from that problem and like out of the box kind of thinking to be able to address such a problem. If we think that this Western education that all of us got, first of all, the watered down one we got in Africa, and even the one we use our own resources to go outside the country to get, without actually applying fundamental critical reasoning to all of this, to all of the education we've got to interrogate the ideas that have been espoused in our education. If we think we wouldn't, I mean, that if we don't apply critical reasoning, and that critical reasoning has to include self-preservation, self-interest, and just everything about us first, without any recourse to, I mean, the West or to anyone else. If we think we can look at our problems through that prism, I mean the westernized prism, then we will not solve any problem. We must think about ourselves first. Self-interest, self-preservation, fundamental. And we don't even owe any apology to anybody. Because every other person on the planet does the same thing. The Eastern Hemisphere, they've learned long ago, and they also got Western education, but they indigenize it. They go to the West, they acquire the best education, and they take it back to their own countries to fix their own local environment. But they apply those solutions in their own indigenous ways. They extract the critical, it's like extracting the critical parts of the Western education they got, and they apply it to their own local environment to solve their own problems. And that's what we should adopt in Africa. An Africa-centric um, um, solution, not as I mean, which should encompass our own self-interest first of all within our um, ethnic nations. Fundamental, very fundamental to the core of our identity. Anybody that tries to put you on guilt trip, trying to undermine your own ethnic nation, your own language, your culture, your heritage, that tries to make it look like you are discriminating against others when they do it so gleefully in their own sovereign spaces across the world. That person is a hypocrite, and you shouldn't fall for that. You shouldn't fall for that at all. You are not doing anything wrong if you are ethnocentric, as it were. It's the basic rule of thumb across the world. It is because of that lack. It's because of the lack of consciousness. That is why, especially those of us in southern Nigeria, you will think that somebody speaking up and shouting for freedom in southern Nigeria is more dangerous than somebody carrying an AK-47 and invading in ancestral lands and killing people and ridding them of their indigenous lands. You would think that those who are shouting and reacting are more dangerous than those who are carrying actually. This is the kind of warped thinking that goes on in southern Nigeria, and that has to change. You cannot beat a child and dictate how the child will cry. People who are shouting and reacting, people who are shouting and reacting to the whole situation are reacting to something. Rather than you focus on what is causing that reaction, you are busy engaging them rather than focus on those who are invading and killing, who are actually those who are already kinetic in their action. So it's important that we continue to educate ourselves to understand the clear and present danger, the threats that and to focus less on those who are doing what they have to do to protect themselves and think about ourselves. First of all, what have you thought about doing in your own indigenous ethnic nation within southern Nigeria to protect your ancestral land? Because if you lose your land, you are gone. Oh. Let me just tell you, you can globetrot anywhere in the world, go and live in any part of the world, assimilate as much as you want, speak all the English you want. The day you lose your ancestral land, you are finished. You are a nobody. You will become a nobody on the face of the earth. You become a pygmy, moving from one country to another. So you better take it serious. The threats to the invasion of your indigenous land is a potent threat, and you have to do everything possible to avoid that. Otherwise, you will become an unmitigated disaster. Look at what is going on to blacks everywhere. In Ukraine, the discrimination is there, despite the fact that they validly entered Ukraine with all their documents and all that. But when the trouble started now, they started discriminating against them, putting them in jails and concentration camps all over the place. For the mere fact that you're a black man, you're already 50% of the time you are endangered species anywhere else in the world. And the only place you can come to feel safe is your own ancestral indigenous space. And that is now under threat to be invaded by I mean those who are merchants of death and violence from the Sahel. And the only thing we have to do now is to find a way, under the precept of self-defense, to defend ourselves. There is no two way about it. When you are pushed to the wall, you turn around and you fight back. It's as simple as that. It's a basic law of nature. And we need to begin to understand that clearly and stop all this self-guilt and all this nonsense theorizing, moralizing, and being emotional. I yield.
Think tank. I don't even know where to start from. Anyways, it's always wonderful to hear you, Starman. P, I've been enjoying the conversation. I think this is one of those rooms where I've just kept on listening, didn't want any of the speakers to stop. And I really do believe that we need to have these conversations constantly. Anyways, for those who are joining the room for the first time, this is Think Yoruba First. It's a nationalist platform. We are not here for political correctness, and we would never be, ready for that. If you're here for the first time, kindly follow the room to have amazing conversations like this, or to listen or participate, or for you to invite your friends. Tonight we're going to be talking about sovereignty and the power it holds, Yoruba Nation. Guest speakers would be Yare Kurumi and Mr. Ojo, and obviously Michael would also be on stage. And then tomorrow we're going to be on Twitter Space. We're going to be talking about evil controls Nigeria will rule Africa. So if you're on Twitter,
Look
join
at
us.
hegemony, Femi. Sorry.
Yeah. So if you're on Twitter, feel free to join us. Are is going to be giving the speech. Mr. Ojo is also going to be there. Patrick is also going to be there. Think Tank is also going to be there. So it promises to be a very wonderful conversation, and we're going to be hearing it from different sides of the story. The Yoruba's point of view, the Bindu Belt's point of view, and the Biafran point of view. The 2023 election is a false, it's evil, it's criminal, it shouldn't be held under any pretense, and it has nothing to provide for the indigenous landowners. So Ebo Michael, over to you, because I think you know all those that have spoken and those that have not spoken. So yeah, good conversation.
Yeah, thank you. Um, I don't know if we should take a mod next or I don't know if Mr. Ola is back. Mr. Ola, are you there? Oh yeah, Mr. Omi is back. He's been waiting since the beginning of the room. So let Mr. Omi goes, and then we can now come to Mr. John, Mr. Are to provide their own thoughts on what I've been said so far. Mr. Omi, you've been here the longest from the beginning till now, so you can give us some clarifying thoughts.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Michael. Okay. I just want to start from where Mr. Starman actually said early in the morning. He said about that negotiate, and if you are not on the table to negotiate, you don't have the power to negotiate because they have the authority, they have the power, they've already done that. And what they've done so far to us, to Africa, is negotiate. we've been cornered. And by the time you start going back to ask questions over and over and over, they still find their way into us. How? These are the questions we need to ask ourselves. These are the questions we need, because he said the only way we can set ourselves free is by through self determination. We just have to, through that, we can fight back. I'll use a case of China as an example. Um, China were able to fight the Western because they want to determine their own future. They want to do whatever they want. And as of today, as we speak, they can really come to that table with the Western and negotiate, because what, they fought for what they want. They fought for that freedom, and they were able to get what they really want. And I was reading something today. I read about, when you look about our cultural heritage, 80 to 90% are in Western world. I still don't get that. 80 to 90% of our cultural heritage are in museums around the world. How do we start negotiating that? How do we come to the, how do we call them to that tables and ask them, you make more money on these things, it is time to make a return. How do we do that? But we have to what? We have to self-determine, because if we don't, I can tell you, they're still going to have dominant over us. They're still going to control our resources. They're still going to control us. They're still control the next generation to come. So it's something we really need to look out for. We need to fight for. If it is possible to fight for it, let's do it. If it is possible to make it happen, let's make it do it. Let's make it happen. Are they going to lose their? Are they ready to lose all this profit? No, they are not ready to lose it. These people are not ready. They are not even thinking that table you are thinking of. Are they ready to negotiate with you? No. Look at what just happening now within Russia and Ukraine. Now they are thinking of alternative where to get the resources. Where are they coming? Where are they coming to again? Actually, they are coming back to Africa. Same Africa. Looking at the resources of Africa once again. And you think, and people still think, we still don't have a right to control our resources. I I was on what was it called? I was listening to one of the political analysts on on TV some times ago, and they were breaking all those things down. Like, okay, yeah, if Russia can get gas in Russia, they could probably come to Africa. And the German political analysts start breaking those things down after the other, the possibilities. How do I say, the governor of my own state where I stay is trying to go to I think it was going to Dubai when he had a COVID, and he could not. He wanted to go to the Eastern Arab world to negotiate gas. They know how to negotiate their way, but do we have the opportunity to negotiate our way? No. So I think what we just have to do to self-determine, keep it alive, and I believe one day we'll get to where we are going to. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Sorry to interject. I want to make a suggestion, and I hope everybody would find this acceptable. It's good that we intellectuals, we are on this platform discussing, but the main work needs to be on ground inside Location 9 Nigeria, and also in our individual diaspora locations. We need to start going out. Now that the COVID is over, we have no reason to continuously hang on these internet platforms. We need to hit the ground. We need to start those physical campaigns. The main reason why these Western powers have control is because we are not addressing our grassrooters. These are the ones that they go out, share these beans and rice to, because they have impoverished that particular area. So people are hungry. So, and they do this so that every 4 years they will go out. They won't make any progress for between the 4 years and the 8 years. Come the 4 years and the 8 years, they now start distributing the rice and beans, because they know that in order for them to empower themselves, they need to impoverize the masses, those that are on the grassroots. This, I think, is where we need to start to focus. We need to get out there and start educating. It's all well and good staying on here and talking to ourselves. We're talking to ourselves. We know. But there are the majority, the masses that are on the ground that do not know. Those that are in our villages that are coming out and voting for these people that because of their votes, we are now being enslaved. It is these people that we need to go out and educate. We need to educate them on the things that we are talking about here. The only reason they're coming out and voting is because they don't know. If they are equipped with that knowledge and power, I can assure you they will not go out and vote. Education, as they say, is king. If we educate those that are not educated, we further empower ourselves and stop the poverty, stop the subjugation, we stop the killings. So we have a lot of work to do. We need to go out there, get ourselves organized, get ourselves on ground, physical meetings, conferences, campaigns in our local, in our individual diaspora locations. Instead of staying on here, it's good that we're talking, but I think we need to step it up now and get physical. Thank you, everyone. I yield the mic.
Thank you so much, man,
Michael,
for
you have to get
P.
cracking.
Thank you so much for that, man. Yeah, after me, I promise I will go to Mr. Ojo and Mr. Are to give us some clarifying words before we move back to the we move back to the PTR. And also for those on in the audience, please, you can raise up your hand and come on stage so you can actually contribute to the conversation. It's a conversation that affects every single one of us, no matter what we believe is the correct answer. We still need to voice it out and kind of chew on it and figure out what the most usable ideas are for us to figure out. So please come on stage, give us your own view of the words that has been said so far on this stage. Also, please, this Think Yoruba first. Follow the club so that you can be part of such interesting conversation in the future. Our motto here is to think Yoruba first, meaning that we come from the perspective of what is fundamentally to the foremost in the favor and in the interest of the Yoruba people, just across the world at the end of the day. So I'm going to ask Mr. Ojo if he's ready to speak now, or he's going to pass again. Mr. Ojo, are you there?
Yeah. Oh yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me. I have a little cold, so I can't talk much. But I think the title of the topic should be: Is Western hegemony sustainable without the stupidity of most Africans?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's more to the point. I agree, Mr. Ojo.
I agree as well.
Let me use Nigeria as the microcosm of Africa, right? We know what the fundamental problem is. The fundamental problem, yes, is a problem of incomplete decolonization. But that problem doesn't doom us as a people. A lot of other people in the world, civilized people in the world, they have the same problem and they fix that problem. But we tend to not be able to fix it. We compounding it. One of the ways that we've compounded our problem in Nigeria is with the adoption of the parasitic unity system and the imposition of the 1999 what is it, decree, military decree, misnomer constitution. So we've compounded this problem. Instead of coming together and fix the problem, we've compounded it. And that is why I've said that it is not, it is not that, this Western hegemony is sustainable. It's sustainable because of our own stupidity. Because we have to understand that this problem is a problem of incomplete decolonization. We were colonized, and after decolonization, we're supposed to go back to the way we were, but we didn't go back. So the decolonization is not complete. So we have to make it complete. We know that nations are built on certain fundamentals. It's like you want to build a skyscraper, but you don't want to start from the foundation. You want to build it from the top. And that is what we've done in Nigeria. So when I look at some Nigerians, especially those that embrace this, one Nigeria rhetoric, they will talk about election, get your PVC, and they know that this federation that they embracing is fraudulent. This constitution, this so-called constitution, is not a constitution, it's a military decree, but they still want you to participate in that election. I call it reckless transition. So it's not going to work. I don't understand. Maybe they don't know it's not going to work, or maybe they benefit from the rot, or maybe they just don't care. What we are saying, the Yoruba nationalists, what we are saying is that nations are built on certain fundamentals, and those fundamentals are, people's language, culture, right? People philosophy, and people mythology. Those are the things that nations are built on, and also people's customary law. So you want Nigeria to work, but Nigeria doesn't have a language, it doesn't have its own culture, it doesn't have its own customary law, it doesn't have its own indigenous myth, it doesn't have its own philosophy, moral, spiritual, and natural philosophy. So how is it going to work? Where has that worked in the world? It's not like we exist in the world by ourselves. There are other people in the world that have experienced the same thing that we are experiencing, but they've taken certain steps to fix their problem, but we just don't seem to want to do the same thing. When you tell some of these people that ethno-linguistic homogeneity is the ideal model of a nation state, that nearly all stable, progressive, and powerful nations in Western Europe are ethno-linguistic homogeneous, they will point you to outliers. They will say, oh, well, Somalia is ethno-linguistic homogeneous. Why is Somalia not progressive, stable, and powerful? They always use, it's kind of like you build a set that has like maybe, like 1,000 elements. And then they will take one member of the set that doesn't follow the behavior of the set, and then they will now use that to generalize the behavior of the set. How can you take one or two outliers and use that to generalize the behavior of the set? Why can't you just take, the remaining 1,000? Because we know in Western Europe, most of the countries are ethno-linguistic homogeneous. We are not saying all ethno-linguistic homogeneous nations or countries are progressive, stable, powerful. No, that's not what we're saying, but we're saying nearly all of them are. So if you want to organize yourself, you have to, put ethno-linguistic homogeneity into consideration. That's it. Nations are built on certain fundamentals. And the Yoruba people, we have those fundamentals. The Igbo people, they have those fundamentals. Nigeria doesn't. So it's just simple. In the 60s, we sent our leader, Baba Awolowo, to the Constitutional Conference to represent us in the constitutional debate, and we agreed to submit our full sovereignty to the Nigerian state in exchange for certain things: protection of Yoruba people, improving the standard of living of Yoruba people, and other positive externalities. That is what we negotiated for, and we agreed to be, in that pluralist federation, which they call the regional federation. What happened? Maybe a few years later, that federation was truncated. So since that time, what we've had is a fraudulent federation. Nobody should support that federation. We should all try to get out of it. And that is why I said this hegemony, this Western hegemony, is built on our own stupidity. It doesn't have anything to do. Yes, the West, they do what they do. They've said it. They don't have permanent friends or enemies. They are all for permanent interest. That's it. They've said it. And it's even the Westerners, they wrote and they continue to write books about the situation in Africa and Nigeria. One of the books, the author says, most of the countries in Africa are Europe engineered conglomerates. And the author went to say that Nigeria's unity is unnatural. And that unnaturalness is what is going to drive Nigeria to the precipice of self-immolation. And it's already happening. It's a white man that wrote that book. So some of them understand the issue. Some of them are preferred, sustainable solution. It's just that our people don't want to do the right thing because they cannot reason from the first principle. So we nationalists, as Yoruba goddess have said, we have to work together. We have to, put aside our differences, and we have to work together and convince our people. Some of our people that are still on the fence, we have to do aggressive campaign and tell them there's nothing for you in this slave plantation or this contraption called one Nigeria. The only thing we're going to have is death, devastation, and destruction. And we're just tired of it. I want to be in a nation, Yoruba nation, that's built on, Yoruba fundamentals. I want to be able to speak Yoruba in my nation. I want the rule of law in Yoruba nation to be built on the Yoruba customary law. I want the culture to be Yoruba culture. I want everything to be Yoruba. I want it to be built on Yoruba signatures. I'm not a bigot, or I'm not in they call, what do they call it? Ethnocentrist or tribalist or whatever they want to call us. That is not the issue. This Yoruba, this Yoruba country that we've proposed is not, or the self-determination is not incompatible with multiculturalism or multi-ethnicity. It isn't. We embrace everybody. So you just have to. It's about sovereignty. We will retain our full sovereignty, and people that want to come to our space, right, to live, then they have to embrace. They have to live by, in our terms. Not in the terms of like Nigeria. We don't even have any terms in Nigeria. So they live on our own terms. Like we have certain, if you live in France today, you have to adhere to French terms. Their rule of law, their culture, everything you have to, and you have to get their citizenship. So it's not incompatible with multiculturalism. It's not incompatible with multi-ethnicity. We're not kicking anybody out. You just have to adhere to our fundamentals, the rule of the game, the rule of law of Yoruba nation. If you want to be successful in Yoruba nation, you better learn Yoruba. You better, practice some Yoruba culture. But it's not required. It's not required. Just like some people live in the United States and they don't speak English, they speak Spanish. It's hard for them, but if they live in a community, they might make it work. Yoruba nation is going to be like that. What we're saying is that civilized people should live in a nation built on their fundamentals. That is the way it's done. if I was in a room one time, one guy was talking about globalization, that it's an advancement over nation state. I said that's preposterous. That doesn't make any sense. There's no such thing as globalization, because whatever you call globalization will still be based on certain fundamentals. Are you saying that this global community you're building, I mean, it's not going to have a language, it's not going to have a currency, it's not going to have a culture? It will, but it's not our culture. It's going to be someone else's culture, someone else's language, someone else's customary law. And I'm saying if we are to participate, productively in this global village, we must structure ourselves. We must have our own nation. We must self-determine. We must have our own nation. That's the only way we can participate productively in this globalization. Because I mean, look at Africa. No country in Africa can reasonably participate productively in this global economy, because we don't have nations. We have to build nations before we can participate productively in this global economy. And if we are meant to be global, Eledumare will have made all of us the same race, the same color, the same language, the same everything. But that is not the reality. So that is what I'm saying, that self-determination is not only like ethno-linguistic homogeneity, is not only the ideal model of a nation state, it is ontological. That is the way reality has designed it. It jibes with reality. So this amalgamation of disparate ethnic groups is not ontological, and that is why it will never work. Again, Nigeria will Nigeria, before anybody can make Nigeria into one nation, Nigeria will regress completely into barbarism. And that is how I will end my submission. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you very much.
you.
Can
Oh,
I go?
Are wants to go. Okay, I want to address some things that
Thank
Nathan
you.
said, and you can add to that. Is that
Thank
okay?
you.
Thank you, Mr. Ojo. Thank you, everyone. I greet you in the name of Olodumare. It's been a very beautiful day, and it's been a very beautiful conversation. Um, it's when I see people like Starman, P, other Michael, other erudite scholars on stage, Ojo, and erudite scholars in the audience. I'm happy that we are a Yoruba nation now. I'm happy we are having a very wonderful discussion. But what makes a discussion to be really, really intellectual and deeply enlightening is the ability to have contrary positions. So, if Nathan is here, is he still in the audience? Nathan, where is he?
Is there?
Yes,
Is there? I think yes. I think it's there.
I want him to come off stage because he has
No,
been.
he rejected the invite.
You
I
know,
think he left. Okay, I think he
you know,
left. It's okay. It's okay. We
immediately,
can just continue.
immediately he saw me grab the mic. He jumped through the window and took to his heels because he probably wanted to bully people, write all sort of shit, and run away. This is what Franz Banner was talking about. Franz Banner said, after 100 years, several 100 years of colonization and slavery, there are many people that call themselves black people that are black in color, but their soul and brain is white. So these people, they call themselves black nationalists. They say we are also black, but all what they do is to destroy black people with the kind of orientation they profess. He has been writing all sorts of things in the chat, saying we are xenophobic, we are bigots, we are tribalists,
We are all sort of things. But I will try and clarify some of the points that you raised. One, the two most powerful continents or racial continents, geopolitical continents in the world. It is the Anglo-Saxon Western hegemony, led Western hegemony bloc, and the Asian hegemonic bloc. So it is always the battle between the West and the East in the geopolitical power game. Now, if you look at what the West did, every other ethnic geopolitical continent that had its own unique civilization, because it is from your civilization that you can build prosperity, that you can build power, that you can build geopolitical hegemony. It is on that civilization. So when your civilization is totally destroyed, you will not be able to compete in the Committee of Nations. So that is why you see that geographically, we have 6 habitable continents of the surface of the earth. And the Europeans, I'm talking about the Western Europeans, they led expeditions to wipe out indigenous people in 3 continents and subjugated the indigenous people in 1 continent before they created the current world power. They created the current status quo in the world. I understand that we need to talk to the grassroots, but let me tell you, brothers and sisters, it is very, very difficult. It is very, very difficult convincing a Western educated black man that the reason why he needs to get out of slavery than convincing that man, that innocent man in the farm, why he needs to join the revolutionary train. The masses, the people in the farm, they have no problem. In fact, they understand Fulani hegemony, they understand European hegemony more than us because they are still in contact with nature. But you see those bombified, people call them, the Jamaicans call them bomboclats, Western bourgeoisie, aristocrats, black educated illiterates. I call them educated illiterates that boast of 2-3 PhDs, but they have no understanding on why they exist, on why they should exist. They will be the one that will rationalize slavery. They will be the one that will rationalize insanity. They will be the one to rationalize why they need to be in eternal subjugation to the rest of their lives. So,
isn't the reverse also true? That, so for instance, it's easier to persuade the masses to join this Nigerian arrangement, right? I mean, we're literally discussing how to people who believe that there should be no vote participation, for instance, right? They're actually having a problem getting that message to resonate with the ordinary Nigerian. So, like, the reverse is also true.
No, it's not. Let me tell you why it's like that. What happens is that the masses, the power has been taken away from the masses. Because what a republic should be, because the concept of a republic came from the Roman Empire, the Roman Republic. And that is why you saw that when Julius Caesar, when he made this powerful, because Julius Caesar had the power to use the masses. When he made this particular powerful phrase, that voxi populi, voxi Dei, the voice of the people is the voice of God. That should be what the republic should be. But in this kind of an arrangement, the power has been taken away from the republic and has been placed into the hands of some miseducated, westernized, anglicized, francophonized, Western bourgeoisie, who are Yorubas like us, Igbos like us, Africans like us, blacks like us, but they are there. They are the gatekeepers of colonialism. They are the gatekeepers of hell. Their own plan is to ensure that the status quo is in place. So they are the ones who roll out plans, policies into the powerless, backed by the states. The states are backed by guns, ammunition, rifles, bullets, and use and weaponization of poverty that makes the masses do not have the power, and they do not have the power to fight back. in the case when they are being subjugated. And that is what we call feudalization of the masses. And that is why even in medieval Europe and in many poor nation states of the world, feudalism is always in place, because it is from the, it is all, it is, I don't want to go into that, but you see that feudalism, the only a few control the means of production. So the people do not even have the chance to work, to stand up and organize. And when you are poor, when you do not have the means of violence, you do not have the means to defend yourself, you will not be able to fight for what you believe in, even though you are in the majority. Even though you are in the majority. So that is the power of feudalism. And that is why the Fulanis and the British can work together, because you saw the way we've seen what the Fulanis have done using feudalism to keep the indigenous people in check in northern Nigeria and across the Sahara. So across the sub-Saharan Africa, So this is just a game that is being played. Now, going back to what this particular educated illiterate was writing, I wish you could come up and we are going to have a proper conversation. I would quickly go to the topic, because I don't want to be people-centric, to somebody that is, he has seen the kind of people here, so he had to run away. He couldn't come up stage to defend the madness he was writing. So the issue of, is Western hegemony sustainable without Africa and the global South? Brothers and sisters, he who controls Africa will rule the world. If you control Africa, you are going to rule the world. If you control Nigeria, you are going to rule Africa. And when you rule Africa, you have the tendency of spreading your hegemony all over the world. It is that same ideology.
It's not the topic we are meant to have tomorrow. You are giving them already.
Oh, sorry. So it is that same hegemony. If you look at many of the superpowers that we call superpowers of the world, I was talking about what the West have done. We have 6 continents, habitable continents on the surface of the earth, geopolitically. In North America, the indigenous people were wiped out in hundreds of millions. They were wiped out. Go to South America, indigenous people were wiped out. Now, in North America, we have many empires that were exterminated, civilizations that were exterminated. In North America, we had empires like the Comanche Empire. It was wiped out. People there, they used smallpox, yellow fever to exterminate millions of people. Industrial genocide from the 15th to the 16th century in order to take over that space. That was how they built, that is the foundation of their greatness. Their foundation of their greatness was not built on the superiority of Western democracy. It was not built on the sweetness of Western liberalism. It was built on blood and iron. And the indigenous people paid the ultimate price for that. Now, in South America, we have the Inca Empire. A lot of empires were there. They built pyramids, fantastic civilization. The Europeans wiped them off the surface of the earth to build that South America you see today, which is an extension of Western hegemony. They went to Australia. The Aborigines were wiped out. In fact, there is a case in Tasmania where they poisoned water basins, where hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people were killed in few months. And that was how they imported their people to take over that space. So these are the people that have mastered the art of using people's glory, destiny, and soul in order to project themselves for the future. They came to Africa, and from in the southern part of Africa, there were people like these people in Namibia that were wiped out. They were the majority ethnic group in Namibia. They were wiped out by the Germans. South Africa, the same thing.
Khoisan.
Khoisan, yes. The Khoisans, some people call them the Hottentots, So they were wiped out, They were enslaved, wiped out, went into Namibia, did the same to the indigenous people, those that even that could fight back. So the problem they had in penetrating Africa was 2 issues. The Arabs were also expanding from North Africa. So it was, and the Arabs had already they've had the ability to use violence. They know how to use the guns. They had access to modern system of fighting due to their due to the presence of the Ottoman Empire. So it was a big problem in perpetrating what they've done in other parts of the world on the African continent. Also, the now black Africans had resistance to other diseases that wiped out other indigenous people across the world. We already had contact with yellow fever, smallpox. We had our own indigenous medicine that we were able to use to take our own healthcare system, that we were able to take care of our own people. So because we had this knowledge of these diseases, because most of the people that were wiped out in North America, South America, and Australia, many of them, only 10% were killed with the bullets. Majority of those people were killed with with biological weapons. They weaponized smallpox pandemic. They weaponized yellow fever pandemics. You can go and read about how black people were exterminated in Argentina. Majority of the black people in Argentina were wiped out by the weaponization of yellow fever. So you have to understand the way the world works, and the issue of the using of biological weapons is more than 1,000, 2,000 years in warfare. So we were able to survive. And they had an issue with malaria, so they could not come in full blown and take over spaces in Africa. And there's one thing I've seen in history of warfare. If you go and read of warfare very well, if you wipe out people, if you want to wipe out the people, and they are very difficult to wipe out, the next thing you can do is to subjugate them. If a population is so resilient that you cannot wipe them out on an industrial scale, then you can enslave them. So enslavement, the another word for slavery, political and economic slavery, is what we call colonialism. So Adakpeno, that's trying to sugarcoat words. That's why I say colonialism. It was slavery on an industrial scale. Because what do you want to get in colonialism? You get free human resources, free mineral resources, free capital resources, free land, in order to build wealth and prosperity for a particular racial group, for a particular subset of the society. So this was what they did. So Africa is very, very important in this game, because on the back of European greatness, was Africa and everything they needed. So everybody needs to come back to Africa to still continue to get these free resources. And many people don't know that one of the biggest resources that keeps this world moving is water resources. And Africa has the biggest water reservoir in the world. So there's a lot going on that they know about us that we don't know about ourselves. And they had to create structures that will make them be able to come back to Africa and to be able to perpetrate the evil that they've always been perpetrating. Now let's now go back to what some of our I don't want to call them the bombo-clad Western bourgeoisie educated illiterate. When you see people with a nice spec, PhD, and they start talking crap, just feel sorry for them. Just imagine the kind of education many of our people also got in this contraption called Nigeria. When they tell us that Mungo Park discovered River Niger, it's still part of the problem. So let's now properly discuss what the things that he was raising. What we have in Africa are indigenous ethnic nations, people that have built civilization that could rival any civilization in the world. In fact, Africa jumped from Stone Age into Iron Age, compared to many European civilizations, many Asian civilizations that had to move from Stone Age to Bronze Age, from Bronze Age to Iron Age. Some people even have some intermediate age stages. We jumped. We had double promotion when it comes to civilization building, straight from Stone Age to Iron Age without the help of other external outsiders. History has proven that this is what we had. And many people mistake civilization to be the same thing as modernization. There's a difference between civilization and modernization. Now, you can have your own in the indigenous civilization. And when you see a particular civilization that had more superior means of doing violence, guns, nuclear weapon, ammunition, they are not superior than the indigenous people. No, they've been able to modernize themselves. And I'm going to give you some examples. Japan had its own indigenous civilization. When it got contact with the Americans, with the Europeans, what did it do? Japan had to modernize. And we call that system the Meiji Revolution, the Meiji Industrial Revolution, where they destroyed the shogunate, where they destroyed the samurai class, they destroyed the feudal class, they destroyed feudalism before they could go into the next stage of their own industrial revolution. So you have to destroy feudalism at its best, at its core. So it was called modernization. Now, modernization is what we lacked. And that was where our evolution as a society in the Committee of Nations was arrested. If we were able to modernize, we are not going to be in this state. And how do you modernize? You modernize your means of production, you modernize your architecture, you modernize your army. And we are not unique. We are not the only ones in this case. China is, I think, is the only surviving civilization that has been since the existence of Mesopotamia till this current moment that has still been able to weather all storms. China has been a civilization that has existed for 5,000 years. It's a civilization state. And India is also close to it as a civilization state. So when you listen to the other external foreign minister of India and people are clapping, these are people who know their history. And I wanted to lecture this particular guy before he ran away, who doesn't understand the difference between a civilization state, a colonial state. I'm talking about the European engineered colonial state, you understand, or ethnic nation state. Civilization states are not common. Russia is a civilization state, parading itself to be a country. England is a civilization state. Russia is a civilization state. China is a civilization state. Japan is a civilization state. India is a civilization state. Korea is a civilization state. Vietnam is a civilization state. These are civilization states. So when you have a civilization state, at its core, they have their principles that they've been used to modernize to be able to compete at the highest level with any superpower on the surface of the earth. So you are going to see that when the Western hegemony, the Western hegemonic, I call them the Western hegemons, the Western hooligans, they try to normalize madness and say, oh, we want everybody to practice liberal democracy. Your concept of a democracy is different from African democracy. It's different from Chinese democracy. It's different from Japanese democracy. But when you want to force your own system of democracy, which is the Anglo-Saxon or Greco-Roman democracy, on the rest of the world, there will be a problem. Even within Europe, the kind of democracy that they practice in England is different from the democracy they practice in France. It's different from the democracy they have in Germany. It's different from the democracy they have in Hungary. It's different from the democracy they have in Turkey. It's different from the democracy they have in Croatia. So, and these are European countries. For instance, you are going to say in America, look at America, they call it college votes, where some states have more votes, more power than some states. So in America, it is even not the majority that determines the outcome of an election. Some states have some special privileges, and you call that democracy? Or you look at France and England. England still has a monarchy. It practices a form of parliamentary system of government. But while France, via the French Revolution, killed its own monarchy, destroyed it, practices a different democracy. But these people will tell you they want democracy to be spread. But meanwhile, the concept of democracy is not new, it's not unique to the African man or the Igbos or the Yorubas or any other people. We had our own system of democracy. This is what the Asians understood. That was why you see the majority of the colonial structures that was built in in Asia, Far East Asia, they destroyed it themselves and they have their own ethnic state. They've been able to figure out their own way as soon as these colonial hooligans left. For instance, you look at, I'm going to tell you, for instance, you look at India. Many people do not know that even there was a Afghan English war, British war, where the British wanted to conquer Afghanistan, which was called the Afghanistan Emirates. And their plan was to conquer Afghanistan and take Afghanistan and amalgamate it with the rest of British India. Imagine amalgamating the ethnic Pashtuns. You know that these people are Islamic radicals. They've been Islamic fundamentalists for the past 600 years. So when you don't know, you look at Taliban, and these people are terrorists. No, they've been like that for the past 600, 700 years. It was the first of these Western Europeans that wanted to force their own way of life on people that have said no. Even this particular man, Alexander the Great, could not conquer them. That's how stubborn they are. But you want to force them to embrace your way of life. These people that have been fighting for their own autonomy for the past 2,000 years. So you have to look at, so they want to match them together. Immediately the British left. And the British was playing the devil's advocates as usual, playing behind the scene. Because the Pakistanis, in terms of racial heritage, they call them the Branites. They had more Indo-Aryan ancestry. Aryan ancestry. Because they were from Central Europe. I don't want to go into that history. So they believed they were racially superior than to the real indigenous Indian people that were more colored. They are more colored. So even within the Indian society, there was a form of social stratification and caste system that was already happening. So they wanted to weaponize that. And the Indians were able to get smarter. That country broke into three. Firstly, into Pakistan and to India. Before Pakistan also broke into two. East Pakistan, West Pakistan. West Pakistan became Bangladesh. East Pakistan became the Pakistan.
And
Because
Nepal.
even within the that particular Pakistan, even though it was a Muslim homogeneous country, before it disintegrated, there were still ethnic tensions that say, look, we are Bangla. They've been able to build their own Bangla identity, Bangladeshi identity, different from the Urdu-speaking people, which are the Pakistani. And that country broke into two. So the same thing they try to do between Malaysia and Singapore. Many people also don't know that there is a Christian-dominated area of Indonesia that left Indonesia many years ago, few years ago, I think more than 12 years ago. They call it East Timor. Catholics. They built their own internal hegemony based on Catholicism, Western Catholicism. But due to the machinations of these Europeans, they didn't care because it was rich in natural gas, and Australia being another extension of the Anglo-Saxon hegemony, through its multinational corporations, they were exploiting the resources of East Timor, collaborating with the Muslim Indonesians to subjugate the East Timorese. It was a very brutal war of 30 years before they got their freedom. So we have to understand everywhere they've messed it up. And Africa, whether we like it or not, we've been able to survive. And you are going to see that if the Europeans come back to Africa today, their first allies will still be the Arabs. They've been collaborating. Anytime there are three, you have indigenous black people, you have the Arabs or any Semitic people, and the Europeans on the stage. The Europeans will always ally themselves with the Arabs of the Semitic people to destroy the black people. Because the whole concept for the past 600 years, the way the world works, they want the world to work. Anybody of color is still based on the Hamitic philosophy and the Hamitic principle that as children of Hamites, it might sound crazy. This is the way they think. Many people should be in a room a few days ago, and you saw people who do not have melanin justifying the extermination of billions of people on the surface of the earth. They said we were weak. That was why we were colonized. They said we are backward. That is why we were killed. They said we disturbed everything that happened to us. And our sisters were getting agitated. Many of them were angry because our sisters don't understand that that is the way God works. That is why we need to do what we need to do. And do not join the bandwagon of some of our people that they determine that they will go into extinction. So, how do we get out of this mess? We are going to get out of this mess by destroying the 1884 Berlin West African Conference. That is the first fundamental principle of decolonization. Any other form, when you talk about one Africa, Africa has never been one. You cannot have a united Africa that you are going to add North Africa. North Africa has been Arabized. The process of Arabization still continues in other areas of Africa. Go to Mauritania. Slavery is still intact. Arabization is still going on. People are being transformed to become Arabs. You go to Morocco, Berbers are being turned into Arabs everywhere. You go to Darfur in Sudan, black people are being turned into Arabs. And you're going to see people as black as charcoal. And those people will come out and say, yes, I might be black, but I am Arab. That is the level of social engineering that is taking place in those places. Do you think the Europeans give a damn? They don't give a damn because they see Arabs as equals, racially, genetically. Go and read about the whitewashing of the indigenous population in Brazil. Indigenous population have been, there's intermarriage going on, and their population is being reduced, even among black people, so that they can be turned into Portuguese descendants, Italian descendants, in order to destroy that blood. So there's nothing like a globalization. The world has not changed. The world is still the way it is. That is why we need to do what we need to do. It is very easy for Fulanis to go and sign anything. Because let me tell you this truth. Look at all over Nigeria. Who are the people that are not indigenous to Nigeria that are killing people across Nigeria? Why? Ever since they've been into Nigeria, they've been at war with indigenous people. Since 1804. Since they started, they've been able to amass that population and that means of violence against the indigenous people. Nobody has known no peace. Are the British or the French going to be in the same country where Fulani people will be killing 100, 200, 250, 300 people? Look at what the Fulanis have done for the past 10 years against indigenous people. Look at the evil they've carried out. Look at the demands that they are making, asking for land. The most important thing anybody can have on the surface of the earth is land. Because under that land is where you have the gold, you have the mineral resources, you have the means of procreation, you have the means to farm, you have the means to go into agriculture. The land is tied to your existence as a human being. This is what these invaders are asking for, or else they will stop killing people. Have they stopped? They didn't stop. And if you look at the way the arrogance, they are still planning and machinating to continue to rule you till Jesus comes via the weaponization of the political system that has been rigged against the indigenous people in the name of Nigeria. So you have to understand that anybody that gives you your name, anybody that names you will determine your destiny. They give you a name. If any slave is taken up, is enslaved, the first thing they do is to change the name. They change your name. They change who you are. You have a say in what happens to you. You have no say. You have no say. So it is a do or die affair for us. It's the de-amalgamation of Nigeria, the balkanization of Nigeria is a noble cause. It's a do or die affair. No apologies about that. If you want greatness for your people, you need to get out of these colonial contraptions. Because you have to look at everything that has happened. Go and read the fatherless children. Go and read books. The only invading force, alien race in Nigeria are the Fulanis. And they believe they are also Semitic people. And that is why the British connived with them to continue to destroy us. So if you look at from Ogbomoso to Igangan, from Igangan to Jos, from Jos to Nasarawa, from Nasarawa to Katsina Hala, from Katsina Hala to Southern Kaduna, from Southern Kaduna to Zamfara, from Zamfara to Ebonyi, from Ebonyi to Edo to Isha. Only one ethnic group is wiping out people. And when we say, and they've not said, oh, this is bigotry. You are slaughtering indigenous people in their hundreds, and you dare mention words like it's a bigotry. It's not. Let me now give you one last thing before I drop the mic, because I'm hogging the mic too much. What is happening in Africa has happened before in history. The China you see was built on genocide. Millions of people were wiped out before China became stable. That's why when you see some nationalists, don't think some of our nationalists in Pandef, in Afenifere, don't think many of them don't know what is happening. The problem is that there are a lot of people in their midst whose own gods are their belly. But we still have patriots amongst them who understand what is going on. They are going to tell you phrases like, their ethnic nationalities will not be the foundation, will not be the sacrificial lamb for Nigeria to exist. They know what they are talking about. Many ethnic groups, almost 5, were sacrificial lambs before China could become great. Same thing in Japan. 200 years ago, Japan, the Japanese ethnic group, they were just 50% of Japan or 60% of Japan. We have the Emishi people and we have the Ainu people that occupied more of northern Japan. They were wiped out. They were assimilated. They were not conquered until the 19th century. And they were able to Japan. They call them, I'm going to talk about it. It's called the Japanification agenda. So don't think it's only Fulanization agenda that exists or the Anglicization agenda that exists. It was a Japanification agenda. The world is built on genocide. And the use of non-state actors as the frontier force in the destruction of ethnic indigenous people is built on capitalism that emerged in 19th century. That is why you see the majority of the indigenous lands that were taken by Europeans, it was built by multinational corporations like Royal Dutch Company, Royal Niger Company, Royal East Indian Company. And these companies, they cannot be sued because you cannot sue a company. They can easily disband them, even though they are working for their own countries. They push them, the Chevrons, the Shell, the De Beers, and everything. They push them to perpetrate this evil. You understand? Now I'm going to talk about the destruction of Hawaii. Hawaii was an independent country. Independent country. They had more than 90 embassies as at 1880. In fact, the embassy of Hawaii was in Washington. And Hawaii was the only surviving indigenous ethnic nation in North America. So ruled by the emperor and empresses of Hawaii. But what happened? They started coming in, buying farms, building plantation, sugarcane plantation in Hawaii because it had a form of tropical environment. But it was still not it was still not enough because the survival of Hawaii was going to create problem for America in this century. They saw the future because Hawaii would have been the rallying point for the few surviving indigenous people in that hemisphere to be able to reclaim and recreate their sovereign state. So what did they do? They started sponsoring terrorists, non-state actors, who started waging guerrilla war on Hawaii security personnel. So Hawaii, the kingdom of Hawaii was overthrown by state-sponsored terrorists, American civilians, guerrilla fighters, who came with guns and ammunition and destroyed Hawaii. And by 1893 or 1894, America now sent a peacekeeping mission that they want peace to be in Hawaii. And when they came in, they annexed Hawaii into America. That was how Hawaii stopped being an independent state. It was done by 1896. So this is, in fact, Hawaii was part of the foundational members of the creation of the Universal Postal Union, which gave rise to the United Nations. So Hawaii was part of the United Nations from the beginning. America annexed, destroyed it, and imported a lot of settlers from American mainland so that the indigenous people will be totally exterminated. Took over their land. They started using their land to test chemical weapons, test nuclear weapons. This is news. These are history that have been declassified. You don't need to read for 10, 20 minutes before you see this online. So when you see non-state actors armed with AK-47 displacing indigenous people, population destruction, and a lot of people are coming in, and you are still speaking English. You are listening to people that don't have any place in history. These people have no place. They have no future in history. You are listening to them, and you don't know that these people will be the first people to go and seek asylum in Congo when the shit is defined. So you have to understand the role, the way everything, what is happening in Africa, what is about to happen in Africa. I read the news this morning that European Union says that no African country can send it away from participating in the security of the Sahara, that they will never leave the Sahara region, sub-Saharan region. They will continue to maintain their presence, that they will, any country that dare send them away, they will fight back. How many African countries have gone to Europe to be saying that they want to maintain peace in Europe, in Ukraine? How many African countries have gone to the Balkans to say they want to maintain peace in the Balkans? But no, because their future is dependent on the destruction of Africa. They need to be in Africa. They are building the biggest embassies in the world, in Africa, in Nigeria. It is a long-term strategic interest because they know that this is the future. So how do we get out of this thing? We have to do what the Europeans did, which is embracing nationalism at its core. If you look at the map of Europe in the 19th century, it is different from the current map of Europe in the 28th century. So you see the current war in Europe is a good omen for Africa. And that's why many of us have always been shouting for self-determination for the past 15, 20 years. We are happy that our Europe is being destabilized. First World War led to the creation of small nation states. The Second World War led to the creation of more states. This current multipolar world order will create new nation states in the world. In the world. And when this happens, the indigenous people will start taking over their own space. If you look at outside Europe, the West has never supported indigenous people having their country for the past 100 years. Go and check it. They were against Biafra war. Go and look at what they've done. They will never allow, even South Sudan. The reason why they allow South Sudan to have its own independent country was they knew that South Sudan was another Tower of Babel that will unravel using the Dinka to destroy that space. But the Igbos want to have their country. The Yoruba people want to have their country. They know it is a problem. And why is it a problem? These indigenous people will resurrect their civilizations to rival them in the future. Because when you bring a civilization from the ground to rival them, it's going to change the order of things. It's going to change the ways of doing things. And we are going to practice Yoruba democracy, not Western democracy, where they will be sending their own useless entourage to come and be supervising kangaroo election in their colonial plantation. We are going to practice democracy the way our forefathers did it, where we built prosperity, where we built civilization that will rival any civilization in the world. So, he who controls Africa will rule the world. That is why China is here. That is why Russia is coming here. That is why Everybody in all the big boys, they are coming back here. And it's going to be a very, very brutal, brutal war. So we need to do what we need to do unapologetically. And we must, all of us, that's why I said the most dangerous blacks, the most dangerous blacks are the educated black people. So those of us that have seen the world, that have the ability to speak to people that matter, we must unapologetically be tribalists. I'm a tribalist. Tribalism means loving my people. The English love the English, the Scots love the Scots, the French love the French, the Hungarians love the Hungarians, the Russians love the Russians, the Japanese love the Japanese. Why should the Yoruba not love a Yoruba man? Why? Why? I'm not a tribe. We're a nation state. We built empires when many Europeans were still living inside their caves.
In barbarism.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are you the mic?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. You
Michael, can I
actually took.
address something maybe when you're done?
Just wait a minute, Raju. You actually took some words out of my mouth that I want to respond to what was written in the chat. Thank you for addressing that. Okay, before we go to the PTR, Raju, Mr. Fenya, are you there? You mentioned that you have some words.
No, actually, I had a question. I had a question for Are and Think Tank. I mean, I've noticed there are new people on stage. Maybe we will let those people go first before I ask my question.
Okay. Raju, can you make it very quick so we can go back to the PTR? A lot of people have been waiting for a while.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I would like to say, because it seems we need to bring our credentials on board before we start speaking, because we don't talk from a position of opinion, we talk from position of fact. People should excuse me. I don't understand what people are saying that some countries, European, are moving away from their value construct or whatever. Excuse me, don't let them deceive you with inclusion and diversity. I study sociology very well. Most of us abroad were economic refugees, and you need to know that. I hope you people, you are even seeing what Britain is doing now, that they are saying migrants should go to Rwanda. Are we supposed to be slaves? Are we supposed to be shipped here and there, and we are not asking questions? See, the idea behind inclusion and diversity is this: they will not tell you Europe has an aging population. Just so you know, they have an aging population. So then, how can they increase their workforce? And it is very eminent today that most of these technical jobs that are available today in this generation. I mean, we are in the fourth industrial revolution, which is information and technology, right? Because that's the black oil today. That's the crude oil today. So what do they need to do? So they need to deceive people with inclusion and diversity, that we want to do inclusion. There's aging population in Germany. In fact, the people above age of 50 in Germany, I think it's even more than 40%. If I've forgotten, I know the percentage is really high. If you go to Poland, the same thing. If you go to other European countries too, they have an aging population. That's why they always make reference that Africa has a young population. So don't let anybody come and play you. If they don't have an aging population, right, they might not even accept you. So don't get carried away with this nonsense, inclusion and diversity. And again, most multinational companies here in the Western world, they've created this niche of using the weaponization of inclusion and diversity by using black people as their brand ambassador, or to just after this Black Lives Matter, they took it up and, they were just using it as a weapon of, capitalism, people's profit matters, and any little opportunity. In fact, at the time, I even saw KPMG using LGBT as their logo and all those kind of things. Anything that suits the narrative, that gets sympathy of the people, they use it. So don't lose focus. They don't like you. It is you that have to like yourself. And I don't think we are thinking people, because why must it be that it is only we that always celebrate traveling abroad to go and work? Why can't we build our society? I have some Indian friends that just came from India now. They were telling me that there are a lot of laws going on in India now, that they will be sending their kids to go and study abroad for internship like 6 months, and they must return back. The guy was telling me, as much as India has a lot of population, so other people that want to invest in traveling abroad, they don't want it to look very, they don't want that kind of ideology to look very, to look like as a thing to celebrate. They want to own their own. They want to build their own. The lady and the guy was telling me that let us be smart. We should, in fact, I think it is even mental slavery for us to always have this perception that, before we succeed and excel in life, we must travel abroad or whatever. It's really a bad thing. And we are not a thinking people, and that's why. So the narrative of inclusion and diversity don't get played. Europe has an aging population. In fact, every time they are increasing their retirement age. I think in Germany they increase it to 2 or 3 years at a time. In France too, they increase it. So be smart. Don't let anybody deceive you with that nonsense that and they don't like you. They don't like you. I lie.
Thank you, Olamilaje. Papa Shango, it seems he came back just in time to be the next person to grab the mic. So, what's the wisdom? Go ahead, sir.
Well, I don't have much to say because I'm a bit busy. I just listened to Array, everything I want to say. That's what he just mentioned, Like, let me just contribute a bit to what Rewaju was saying. Let me complete the statement to him. They don't like you. They're never going to like you no matter what you do. Never. Not in this world, not in next life. They don't like you. You are a nigger, you always remain a nigger. You are a slave, you always remain a slave. They see you like that. Regardless of you getting married to one of them or having white kids, they don't like you and they will never, ever gonna like you. Get that straight in your head. You are a nigger, you remain a nigger. Even if you have your passport, even if you're born here or not. Like the retirement age that I was talking about, they want to increase it now in UK. So you just have to understand a lot of things. Thank you.
Mm, Thank you. Mr. Ola, I don't think you've spoken. I called you previously. You went in there. Mr. Ola, you are still not there. We are going to skip you because you have spoken for hours and hours and hours. And the box.
And
Mr. Ola,
that's you're smearing me. I've not spoken for
it's
30
our
minutes on the
hegemony.
stage.
We want to use our own hegemony. Mr. Ola, go ahead.
Okay, I think first of all, thank you for giving me the chance to speak. Concerning what someone wrote in the chat about Germany, I live in Germany, and there's nothing like diversity and inclusivity in Germany. And I am a student actually, so I know
Are you
many
talking about me?
students from different countries living in Germany, and forget about what they say concerning diversity, their liberalism. It's a complete lie. Germany today is still the Germany of Hitler. If you have read Mein Kampf, the book that Hitler wrote, when I read it, the question I asked myself was that, okay, why would the people commit such atrocities even against their own citizens? Like, what was their state of mind like? And living here for like 3 years, I got to understand that they are still the same people, very cold, and they are shy also. So I think we should be discussing ways to educate our people to get this thing right, to understand that there is nothing like diversity and inclusivity in this world. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, P, you say you have a very, 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 very short submission of like 10 seconds. Please make it very short so we
I'm
can
on
move
a
on to
while.
another.
There's so we're complaining about Western tyranny, but I'm seeing a tyranny of the mods on stage here. And nobody's protesting it, but it's fine. And I just hope that Starman has been listening, because it does seem like we're not talking across purposes necessarily. It's just a matter of your understanding of how this concept, what they mean precisely. So for instance, what I've seen from what Arya said, and what I think the previous speaker before Arya also said, is that the onus is on us as a people to change the order of the world if it's not satisfactory to us. If you're at a table and you're not getting enough, right, the onus is on you to actually change the arrangement and your seat allocation at the table, because those who are profiting from it have no incentive to change anything. And it's not going to matter if you like you strip them with the injustices of the past, of the present, of the future. They'll simply just shrug and say, well, I mean, we're sorry, there's nothing else we can do. So really the onus lies on you to effect a change. And then secondly, and which is something that I think is related to the topic, Michael, is exactly how to do this. I've heard people suggest that maybe a disconnection with the world economy might be a solution. I think not. I disagree. And somebody who made the point used China as an example, and I think that's a misunderstanding of China's path to economic empowerment. I mean, one of the main catalysts for economic growth in China was their admittance to the WTO in the 2000s, right? And it was based on a miscalculation on the part of America. If you listen to William Jefferson, that's Bill Clinton, at the Congress I think in the year 2000 precisely, when he went to make the arguments for the admittance of China into the World Trade Organization, right? What he felt was like, if they were able to engender economic growth in China, they'll be able to export some of their liberal values to the country. Their thinking was that the more prosperous a country becomes, the more likely chance of the people embracing their own style of democracy. So the idea was to simply empower the people to rise against the government and then demand for the Western style democracy. But of course, that failed. And that's because the Chinese leadership at the time simply played them for fools, right? They simply took the economic benefits while retaining the core part of their own political traditions and culture. So, and that's what I say when I say, like, if you want to play the game, you simply have to have like a cynical understanding of how the world operates. That's how you can beat them at their own game. There is nothing stopping us from participating in the world economy, but trying to accrue benefits to ourselves. That is trying to see how we can shift negotiations to favor us better. Even the Japanese did it so as well. And I think Iman also gave the example of Japan, saying that they closed their economy to the world. That's partly true, but not necessarily, the full story. So if you look at the Meiji and the Tokugawa period in Japan, right, one of the key factors for growth was the importation of knowledge. So they were constantly monitoring the Western scape for new innovations, and they were copying it, replicating what they saw in their own country. And if you also look at the strategy for economic regrowth after the Second World War, it was also based on that as well. And the fact that they were also able to sell their products in the Western markets, that gave them serious revenue that they used to then now rebuild their own economy properly and achieve self-sustenance largely. So I'm not sure that excision from the world economy might be a solution for us. I think that we can actually be smarter with negotiating trade policies and trade arrangements, where even if we're going to give up our resources, we should be intentional about how we want to win ourselves of dependence and how we want to simply use the global arrangements to our own benefits. That's the example of China and Japan, in my opinion. I think it's something that we should seriously consider.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, I'm.
Yeah,
I
I'm
actually
coming.
wanted to.
Riwaju, I'm coming. Michael, let me use the little
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
mod.
Aria, I'll time you to 5 minutes. So.
Yes, thank you, sir. Mabino. You're very right, P. I agree with you in its totality. In fact, I think Socrates, I think it was Socrates that said, imitation is not limitation. Even what the Europeans built, they copied it from the East, from Indian civilization, which we call the Indian civilization, which they call the Hindu civilization, and the Chinese civilization that is called the Sino civilization. And Japan has always been an understudy of China. So immediately Japan saw that China was humiliated during the Opium War. It thought to itself, China has been humiliated. Don't forget, P, that China built its empire using the tributary system, and I think you understand what that means.
Yep.
So they had to actually start pandering towards the West, and they were able. In fact, let me tell you what Japan did. Japan built its society after the destruction of the samurai class using Prussia, which is current day Germany. So they copied Prussia word for word. In fact, the biological weapon they were building in Unit 731, everything they built, they used the connection they had with Otto von Bismarck to do what they need to do. But if you look at us in Africa, and let me narrow it down to the Yoruba people, we do not control our destiny. You cannot even have state police. You cannot. You cannot even generate electricity for your people. In the name of one Nigeria, you can do nothing. We can't use what we have to build prosperity for our people. Some hooligans are up there up north telling us we cannot do that because some madmen created Nigeria, and I've said it everywhere. The only thing we have in common is our slave masters. You are enslaved by the British. I was enslaved by the British. That is what we have. Nothing in common. Nothing in common. So I agree with you totally that we cannot walk outside the global economy. But we should look at what Korea has done, what China has done, what Japan has done, what Singapore has done, and use it to even what the Saudis have done, what United Arab Emirates has done. Look at the formation of Aramco. You know, we can nationalize
I was actually going to make that example. How Aramco, gradually claimed, shares into their firm and took ownership. It was smart because at the time the Western guys were being clever, so they would come and say, "We want to explore your land for oil, right? If we're successful, we are going to give us shares into production and also eventual sales." Arabian said, "Okay, cool, come and do what you want to do," and eventually they simply outplayed them and sent them out of their country. It was ingenious, and again, look at the expansion into natural gas, hydro energy, and all that forms of power, which is why Aramco today is the world's most valuable company. It's smart. It's what Nigeria can replicate, but we have the NNPC that's just corrupt, inefficient, completely useless.
Nigeria cannot do that. You know why? Because within the Nigerian polity, there is also another internal colonizer, which we've talked about, and some people think it's hate speech. It's not hate speech. There is another internal colonizer who does not have any land in Nigeria, who does not have any natural claim to any resources in Nigeria. So what has he been able to do? It has been able to weaponize Nigeria to its advantage. It is called state capture. And any resources, any prosperity meant for the indigenous people must be channeled for its own selfish power structure, which favors the European colonizers. So that is why to ask for restructuring is not different from asking for the balkanization of Nigeria. It's the same. Any power structure that will change, where the Fulani hegemony, you understand it exists, will be destroyed, is going to lead to anarchy in Nigeria. So it's the same. So those who want to keep the Nigerian Union from Brussels in Europe and them up north at the expense of the indigenous people, it's the same game. So that is why, because by the time we start a nation within a nation, people will start claiming that sovereignty belongs to them, and we've learned our lesson. When we built a nation within a nation, and we did not quickly organize ourselves to protect our sovereignty, in case these people start their game again by weaponizing the Nigerian politics, we are going to be in trouble. So it doesn't matter what you do. Bring anybody from anywhere in the world from Jupiter. NNPC will continue to steal the resources of the indigenous people of Niger Delta. NNLG will continue to steal the resources of the gas resources of the people of Niger Delta. NPA will continue to steal the resources of the coastal people in the south. Because the definition of Nigeria is that the ethnic nationalities must be destroyed and replaced with a fraudulent, quasi, non-existent, colonized Nigerian identity, which does not exist. It doesn't exist because Nigeria is a badge of slavery and a badge of colonialism. It doesn't matter anything you want to talk about it. That is why you see that those who want to defend the Nigerian identity, they will tell you, yes, God created Nigeria, as if every one of us believes in the existence of a supernatural being. That is how stupid people are when it comes to their definition, when it comes to the defense of their ideology. So, sir.
No, but really, what is the Nigerian identity? What does that even mean? I've asked the question, sir. Nobody has been able to answer satisfactorily. What does it mean?
Because there's no Nigerian identity. Exactly. It means absolutely nothing. In fact, okay, sorry.
Okay, so sorry, thing. So P, so I'm sorry, Starman. I'm going to round up. So P, I agree with you. We cannot shut out ourselves because we need technological importation. We look at what we did within 1951 and 1966. Look at what we did. We were building infrastructures even more than many Western European powers. Just because we were able to modernize. What Awolowo did to the Yoruba land, but Western region means Oduduwa civilization. That's the bitter truth. It means Yoruba land. It means Yoruba nation. That is Western region. What Awolowo did was to modernize indigenous Yoruba civilization. What Awolowo lacked, that it did not have sovereignty, and we paid dearly for it by outsiders who are also fellow Africans trying to tell us what we do with our politics because we lack sovereignty. So we have to understand that if we can quickly modernize our own indigenous civilization, we will not be able just to even compete with the powers that be. We are going to beat them. That's happened before. The Japanese did it, the Koreans did it, the Vietnamese did it, the Singaporeans did it, the Emiratis did it, the Saudis did it. We can also do it, and we will do it. That is why we need to change the rules of engagement. When you want to go and negotiate for the Yoruba people, don't mention Nigeria. Talk as a Yoruba man. What is in it for the Yoruba people? It doesn't exist. So if we have politicians who are thinking Yoruba first, if we add intellectuals who are thinking Yoruba first, if we add technocrats who are thinking Yoruba first, if we add a diaspora population who are thinking Yoruba first, we are not going to be in this mess. Thank you very much.
I wanted to say something the other time, so I wanted to corroborate what P said. Over time, I had come to realize one thing that
after you have to go back to the audience.
Okay.
To the other people on stage.
Okay.
I know we want to say a lot of things, but we need to let others chime in so that we can continue the conversation. So if you can just be quick in like a minute and just get it done.
Just to hang on, I wanted to say that the idea of democracy would only work is going to work for the West. And the easiest way, just like P said, the easiest way to infiltrate any system in the world by the West is weaponization of democracy. So when they just get one stooge among you, they weaponize, have a deal with the person, and infiltrate your system. I told somebody that the day China start practicing democracy, they'll go back to poverty. I mean, look at the Arabians. Go and tell Saudi people to practice democracy. They will break bottle on your head. They've been able to understand that this is the person that is going to represent us. This is the person that is going to represent us no matter what. They practice a monarchy system, and do their citizens live a sustainable life, a well sufficient life? When people live a sufficient life, when they eat, drink, and enjoy themselves, they will not be. They don't even care about who is controlling their country or who is ruling them. It is the West that will now come and weaponize. Hey, this man, he has been there for 50 years. Is he a tyrant? That. That was what they did to Libya. In fact, I think they did the same thing to Lebanon too. So we need to be smart. If we have a country of our own, I don't care. Even if it is going to be Alafin that is going to rule us, or I don't care. Once we have a self-reliant society, people will not. In fact, you even shock you that in Germany, when they do election, you don't even know that they are doing election. They will, is that they do you even know that they don't? Some of them don't even vote here, but they will come and lie to you. I beg, everybody cannot practice democracy. Yeah, P, you're right.
Thank you. Thank you. Starman, just
Sorry,
take
sorry.
8
Yeah,
minutes,
I
please.
just wanted to ask a question, and I was going to be brief. But then I just wanted to touch about what he said about guilt trip. I mean, like, well, guilt trip to the West. Well, that sounds like literally crying to them. I'm not saying that as some sort of tactic. I'm just saying that as you cannot remove your mind frame from, oh, forget the morality. It's just how the world is. Because once you do that, you begin to believe, which is why, which is why I want to ask the question. You begin to believe you have to play their game. So my question is, do you believe Africa is dependent on Western hegemony? Because you've said play their game, and you said to get better trading negotiations. So I have a lot of questions, but just think about this. Maybe when next you get to speak, then you can clarify it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope that we have maybe like a more
When
full
next?
to talk about this.
When next?
P, welcome to the mod hegemony.
You see, P has joined the mod hegemony, and his tone has changed. He's no more complaining. He's now sitting comfortably enjoying the hegemony.
Position of power.
That's why Africa must change their sitting position.
Power.
What's the order? What
Power
is
is
putting on that
sweet.
place?
If power is not sweet, people who have it will not don't say so tightly. Anyway,
Is there a queue?
Is the PTR again? On PTR, we are on
I'm not
talking.
I'm not talking.
Okay, ma'am.
Just keep going. I'm enjoying this conversation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yoruba Nation now. Do you still have something to say? You spoke previously. I don't know if you still have something more to add. Okay, no. Say notes. Take it away. Drop for us if you verses.
Sorry, I was actually driving, that's why. No, I'm just listening, and I'm very impressed with Aria's narrations. And yeah, we just have to continue to hold our hands and continue to educate ourselves. And I know he said that the grassroots, they actually know more, but you'll be surprised that a lot of them don't know. But I think it's also the way in which we deliver that education for them to understand. It's because of lack of understanding, because you could explain something to someone and they're still very stubborn and still say that no, they could constantly continue to be obstinate and say no, we'll stay where we are. But I think it's the delivery of the package that will actually change their thoughts. So I still have faith, because it's the grassrooters that they're using to even subjugate the educated, such as ourselves. And I still think that they need help. They sincerely need help. And I agree. It's actually feudalism that is being run inside the space called Nigeria. And the feudalism, obviously, what it breeds is subjugation. And they need the subjugation in order for them to continue to reap our resources and put us all in poverty and penury. So I still think that we still need to reach out to the grassroots. You'll be amazed also at a lot of the people in their various diaspora locations that do not even know that we're advocating for a European nation. So I think we need to get out and start having these physical meetings. I think that would help a lot. Thank you, everyone. I yield the mic.
Thank you so much, Yoruba National. Yeah. C notes, please drop us a few verses. It's as you're on stage. C notes, are you there? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a pleasure being here, listening to you guys. You guys have been a source of inspiration to us back here in Nigeria, enlightening the populace on the way forward, how to decolonize our mind and also start thinking differently. Thanks to Starman, Are, Think, everyone. I really cannot mention everyone's name, but it's a pleasure listening to you guys and also having a different perspective to life from every of the conversation we do have. Cheers, guys.
Oh, thank you so much, C notes. It's nice to have somebody from back home voicing their support and also carrying the message and bringing their voice here. We are now going to the Akekanju of Yoruba land. Akekanju of Yoruba land. Are you there? My God. The Akekanju is running from battle. Mr. Kemi.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Michael. Thanks to everybody. Sometimes when we have this conversation, it gives me relief and it makes me to have this hope that I'm not mad and I'm not crazy. Because sometimes when I sit down and I look at things, I ask myself, am I still normal? But when we have this kind of room, it always gives me the hope again that I'm still normal and I'm not mad. Each time I look at Nigeria's situation and I look at the people on ground, I weep internally. I weep not because they are stupid, but I weep because their reality has been taken away from them. I weep because I begin to reason, when is it that the land of Africa is going to be free and they'll be able to control their own destiny? Because in most cases, when I look, thank God, because I came on this platform and I met the likes of Are, I met the likes of many brave people and a very intellectual set of human beings.
Fam, are you kidding, bro? You wouldn't mention my name.
And the likes of, Obìnrin Akànṣe, because when, each time I think about Obìnrin Akànṣe, sometimes what came into my mind is, what kind of woman is this? Because sometimes I ask her, do you even sleep? But glory and honor to a Lady Mary, because I believe is a new dawn and is a new era. Though it may be slow, but I have the hope that at the end of the day, we're going to be free. And sometimes I hope, will it be in my lifetime? But even if it's not in my lifetime, but so far it happens, wherever I am, among my ancestors, I'll still be happy because Yoruba people in particular are free. Then that brings me to the point that when these great-minded people speak about the situation in Nigeria, what has happened in the past, and what is going on presently. My reconnaissance started when I left Nigeria and I was frustrated by the Fulanis anyway, and I got into where I am. And I begin to see things and I begin to ask, what happened to our people back home that they can't build institutions, that they can't build things for us, so that we can have rest of mind? And I begin to question myself, why do I need to leave my ancestral land for me to prosper? Why do I have to live where I'm indigenous to níbi tó ń forí mi bá tí wọ́n forí mi balẹ̀ sí, níbi tí mo forí rìn wá sí. Why can't I prosper in that place until I get to another man's land? And unfortunately, I got to another man's land and I realized that I still have to start all the way from the scratch. And I began to ask myself, what sort of life is this? So when I came on this platform and I met the likes of Are and many great people that now made me to understand, because I've always been I was in a science class, and in my secondary school I wasn't taught history. But thank God to these great minded people, they thought I was able to learn the history from them. So it takes me no time to quickly understand that, wow, this is what is going on. And there is a need for us to do something. So due to that, sometimes I talk to people back at home, but the response I get, I begin to ask questions. Why are people like this? It is then I begin to understand what is going on in Nigeria, that just take hunger, affiliate people with hunger, and they will lose their reality. Make them suffer. Let them suffer for food. And in the quest for food, in the quest to fill their mouth, they lose touch with the reality. They leave their senses somewhere else. And that is where the mental colonization comes in. So when you now come to shed light, they know there is a problem. What is the genesis of this problem? Many people don't know. How do you get out of it? They don't know. And when you try to let some of them know, they look at you like a fool. So sometimes when I see what is going on in Nigeria and what the international community is doing, I begin to wow, the picture or the history I've had is clearly playing out. Like what I said that it was done to Hawaii is the same thing that is going on presently in Nigeria. State-sponsored terrorists. When anything happens, it's easy for you to go to anywhere in the southern part of Nigeria and send your armies, and they will do their damage. But with what is going on in the north, nothing has happened. To quickly round up, the embassy, the consulate that is being built in Nigeria, the biggest in the world, I begin to ask questions. Why? Why? And that now tells me that no, they never expect you, and they've determined in their mind that Nigeria will never make it. You will continue to run to America, to Europe, and in the cost of you running, you pay them. And it is that same money they will now come, because I read in the news this morning that United Nations is going to give Nigeria $11 million, $50 million, because of increase in prices of food. They know the cost of this. Why didn't they take out the cost of it and keep their money, or use the money to do that? Why is it that these people know quite all right that the money is that being siphoned from Nigeria is being taken to their country? Why not send back this money? Why not even try as much as possible to jail some of our leaders that are crumbling Nigeria? But they will never do that, because they are people. Because these people are their tools that they will continue to use to subjugate us. And unfortunately, many of our people want to travel out. And those of us who are there, we are telling them this is the reality. But yet they don't want to understand. So that's why I said reality has been taken away from us. So we will continue to do this. We will continue to do whatever we can do in our little capacity and in our bigger capacity, or whichever grammar I know go school that we might want to use. I'm just begging each and every one of us. We can't relent at this time. Because this time I wake up in the morning, it looks like a strange land to me. I don't feel like this is home. I want a place where I can eat my eba and okra and go to farm. Let me see my maize and everything. Let me be happy. I don't need all this luxury of life. And that is why our ancestors came out with that adage that says, téèyàn bá ń wá owó lọ, tó bá pàdé iyì lọ́nà, àbùṣẹ́bùṣe. That is, in the quest of looking for wealth, when you met honor on the road, you forget about the wealth, because when you get the wealth, you still use it to buy the honor. And they come to say this again. That bonje ba ti kúrò nínú ìṣẹ́, àbùṣẹ́bùṣe. That is the most paramount thing in life is for you to feed. Once you are feed and you are okay, every other thing is of no their use is minimal because you are satisfied. And that is why it is not a rocket or a skyrocket or whatever it is that Fulanis are chasing people away from the farm. Because if you cannot feed, you can't go to farm, then what else? You don't have the energy to resist when they come. So the next thing is for you to to just release yourself. So I implore each and every one of us to please, because maybe when you because if they don't want to hear, maybe by the time 10 people, 50 people are speaking to one person in a day, I think probably they will come to a point whereby they realize, are they not the one that something is wrong with? Because they do say this, that they're like they're So what I would say is again is we should try as much as possible to continue with this gospel truth. We have no other alternative than to let our people to wake them up and let them be mentally alert of what to come or what is going on, because there is no end to the problem on ground. If you don't understand the fundamentals, if you don't understand the origin of the problem, there is no way you can bring solution. And the way we can let them understand the problem and the way out is to let them know that there is no other way but Yoruba nation. Thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Thank you so much for your words. Truth is not democracy. Are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. Can everybody hear me?
Super clear. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not going to speak for long. A lot of people have said snippets of everything I had in mind. But I feel that it's important because sometimes when there are, like I said, snippets, but it's important to emphasize that, look, at the end of the day, the most important thing for a people is the power to control their own destiny. The power to control your own destiny. You can want your nation as much as you want. At the end of the day, friendship does not build nations. Emotions does not build nations. Happiness does not build nations. It is actually competence, which means the means, the tools, the infrastructure, the technology to hold your nation together. Because ideally, as it is done in the olden days, even currently, the way it is done now, it's just that, are you able to do it? Ideally, if you want your nation, just go and take it and defend it. It's as simple as that. But we know, that capacity is lacking, is not there. Yeah, but that is what anybody who has aspiration for nationality needs. So it can be something people can work towards, and I will urge you guys. Well, let me not put it directly to a bit, because I don't know how it might come across, but that will be the fundamental way any serious people will have to work towards their nationhood, towards their statehood, because you really can't go to beg the white man, say, please come and help me create my own country for me. These people are oppressing me. It doesn't make sense. That is how we got Nigeria. That is how we got all countries in Africa. We went to the white man, asked, oh, give us our country, give us our country. Say, okay, we create a country, okay, you take. Fundamentally, you cannot run something you didn't build. That's why all African countries are, haphazard. They don't know what they're doing because they never built their own country. The white man simply created and handed over to them. Because if you took your own hands to create your own country, you would have built your own roads, your own bridges, your own electricity, your own water system, your own everything, your own infrastructure. If you did build your own country, you would know how to run it. But the reason everything is haphazard, everything is chaotic, is because we didn't build where we live, where we identify as. We didn't. So yeah, the only encouragement I will have for everybody here is, as much as possible, I don't know how you guys are going to do it because I'm not Yoruba. I am Igbo. But I strongly believe that the Yorubas are the best positioned people. If Nigeria is going to break apart, the Yorubas are the best positioned people to precipitate it. Because Yoruba is still strongly held together in a geographical region. Igbos are a lot scattered, So yes, so that when you get your country, you control everything. You control your technology, your industries, your finances, your education, your judicial system, your laws, you control everything. That is what it means to have sovereignty. Sovereignty, but it must start with having your own country. That's the highest level of power any people who identify as a nation can have, and with that you can control everything else. The one thing I do not want to hear, or I do not like to hear, is when people say, oh, when we get our own country, we'll have to go and negotiate better. We have resources. I really don't like that resource argument. It doesn't make any sense to me, because it's the same argument, it's the same colonial economic model that a lot of us continue to use as a backing for how they are going to run their country when they get their country. We have resources, we have natural resources, we have crude oil, we have iron, bitumen. No, that's not how it works. That is not how the people who run the world rule the world. The Oyibos, the Chinese, the people who run the world, they run the world because of knowledge. They gather knowledge and they put knowledge to work. It's not because of natural resources. I don't believe that he who controls natural resources rules the world. It doesn't make sense. The people who run the world don't own most of the natural resources. All you need to own is technology. Knowledge, convert your knowledge into technology. Convert raw materials into finished products. Then with that power, people will come to you to ask for things, and they will offer you their own natural resources. Say, oh, give us motor vehicles, come take oil, oh, come help us, like Nigeria is doing with the Chinese now. They call the Chinese, say, oh, come help us build bridge, come take free land, come take free oil, come take duty-free days. When you acquire technology, you industrialize, people will come to you to beg you for things, and they will give you things at discounts, all your natural resources. So if we are planning to get our own country, no, our plan should not be because, oh, we will run our country because we have natural resources. It's still the same model that Nigeria is running and all other sub-Saharan African countries are running. It is not going to work. So if we are going to build a country, let us work towards technology. We have to control our destiny, build everything that we have to depend on. Because if you have, so that, of course, we have a very clear example. When Ebola and COVID broke out, what did we do? We went to the white man to beg. We went to the Chinese to beg. Did they come to us to beg? No. They sat down and said, oh, we have factories. We have labs, we have research institutions. Let us find a cure. Let us find a vaccine. And they developed the solution. It is us who went to them to beg. So yeah, it's an encouragement I will give to anybody, because I'm not just speaking directly to the Yoruba people, because I know that Nigeria is not working. So even myself, I want my own state, but I don't know how it's going to happen. Nigeria is not working, So anybody who has this vision, yes, when we gather, let us plan fundamentally the first thing you need is knowledge and how to deploy knowledge, because it's with this knowledge you will defend your land. With the knowledge, you don't have to go and beg anybody for weapons. You can build your own weapons, build your own rockets, build your own whatever it is, whatever it is. All problems on earth are solved by knowledge and technology, without exception. All problems. If we are going to cure death, it has to be by knowledge and technology. So I don't like all the natural we have resources, angle. No, it doesn't. Make Yorubas like to pride themselves as a very educated people. Yes, that's a very, very strong angle to harness, to develop. Yeah, I've said my piece. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Before I go on to the next speaker, I want to just please hold on, please. Before I go on to the next speaker, I just want to tell people to please follow the club. Follow Think Yoruba First on Twitter, on Facebook. You can subscribe to our channel on YouTube as well. Also, we have a Think Yoruba TYF community. You can search that, a TYF community channel on Telegram. So you're welcome to join us and just be part of us on all platforms. For people in the audience, like I said, please follow the club so you can get notifications for upcoming rooms. We have one right after this, and later today as well, that would be equally as interesting as this right here, so that you can come and join us. But also, if you have an opinion, please come to the stage. If you have questions, you can back channel me or any other mod, or just write it in the chat, and everybody on stage will do justice to your questions. So before I go on to Mr. Ade, Akikanju of Yoruba Land was skipped previously. I don't know if he's ready to talk now or.
No, let Mr. Ade go. I will come back because my mouth is hot, but I don't want to talk now. Make Mr. Ade go
Okay,
first.
go drink water. Go drink water. God help us. Mr. Ade, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys discussing these issues, particularly the Yoruba issue, which is first and foremost one of the main things that we're fighting for. I think just to touch on this the talk about China, the Chinese, the Chinese were able to industrialize and scale up their economies because the Americans in particular, along with the rest of the world, but largely Americans, decided to ship over their factories. Basically, the American elites who own the means of production. They basically made a very selfish decision to move their manufacturing and production over to the Chinese because it meant more money for the American elites, even though it meant that the average man would be or even the poorest man would have less fewer jobs. The manufacturing industry was gutted by for the most part. It moved over to China, and when you become the manufacturer of most of the goods that are being consumed in the world, you're going to gather a lot of wealth. They had over 1 billion people with perhaps insufficient jobs, labor, and so they use that as capital to attract investments. And so basically, the rest of the world basically just made China wealthy. And now that they have their wealth, they're coming to Africa to try to recolonize us, unfortunately. It makes and of course, the World Trade thing was part of that, but it really started with countries moving their manufacturing over to the Chinese. It allowed them to, to rapidly modernize their production, because when people are bringing factories over to you, then you're able to just copy and paste things like that, and et cetera, et cetera. Unfortunately for us in the Niger area, it will be more difficult than the Chinese. It may be similar, but and I think we need to fasten our saddles and guard our loins for the challenge that we have ahead of us. We'll see how God helps us with it, but the rest of the world have basically made up their minds that the African, space is a resource center. That's just it. That is what they intend for us. That is what they hope that we will ever be. And so, I mean, it would be excellent if they choose to come and, by negotiation, if they choose to come and work with us, do business with us, open factories on our, in our space. I think those things would be excellent for us. But because they have decided that we are to be nothing but a zone to extract resources, we are not exactly in the same situation as the Chinese. And that is not to say that we cannot borrow from some of what they've done and see how it applies to us. But we should recognize that our challenge is a taller order than that of the Chinese. And so it's a pity that even within ourselves, right? The colonization agenda is on and going, and we have our own people who are willing to sell us on the river politically for a morsel of bread. But I think that they are functioning within a construct that goes back to the 1960. There was a tragic fundamental mistake that was made, partly due to Pan Africanism. This idea that all of us we rise and fall together, and our leaders, Awolowo, etc., should have insisted, we want Yoruba nation. That's it, nothing else.
Awolowo
And
did actually. Sorry.
you have difficulty being able to point to the point where Awolowo on
Yeah,
record
actually,
stated.
yes, I can. I can. There are books to back
Okay,
this up. He never drank the Kool-Aid of the whole Pan-Africanist movement. It was actually very clear-eyed. I mean, there's a popular quote himself where he said that there's no Nigerian unless you find a German or an English person, because he understood that the basis of identity in Nigeria is not the collective arrangement of the British. You have to go down to the ethnic tribes itself. That was how we also viewed Africa as a continent. It never was part of the Kwame Nkrumah and the Azikiwe group that drank the Kool-Aid of Pan-Africanism. He never did.
I would argue on the contrary, because we had opportunities to actually gain independence before Ghana in 1960. We could have been done with our independence struggle earlier. One of the reasons where we did not was because they were waiting for and this was by choice. They were waiting for the Northerners to finish university, particularly the premier Ahmadu Bello, so that they could have a crop
Mr.
of
Mr.
educated
Data.
people
Okay,
to
I
be a
think
part
I
of
think
the.
I think I think
Oh,
your
they were
let me let
misconception
me let
is
me
nuances
let
your
me let me
your
finish,
nuance.
please.
sorry
Hold
Allow me to
on,
finish my
everybody.
point.
Please let Mr. Ade finish his point. Then we can treat it. Please, everybody
Yeah,
mute. Let Mr.
I'm
Ade
even
finish his point.
I'm even happy to do it back
Mm.
and forth as long as we're not like interrupting each other and talking at the same time. So, when you look, if you have any of Awolowo's books where he talks about the Yoruba nation separately, or Awolowo was first and foremost a lover of the Yoruba, but there were errors in his policies here and there, right? No one is, we can't say that he didn't make mistakes. I think that the the fundamental mistake was at the founding of the country, instead of going straight for, as a matter of fact, there's a video that of Awolowo that was played here on Clubhouse, where Awolowo is talking. I think it was 1959 or 1960, where he's talking about one Nigeria, right? So uh, I think that was a fundamental mistake that he made that those crop of leaders made in their day. They should have just said, "Look, Yoruba nation, that's it, nothing else," and it would have come to pass.
So
Okay, Mr. Ade, can I?
just to respond quickly to
Hold
you, right?
on.
So
Wait.
I've read everything Awolowo has written, and I've read most of what has written about Awolowo himself, particularly from those who were his close allies when he was alive and when he was, actively in politics. I think the mistake people often make about Awolowo is that people often mistake a practical political decision with his own personal view of Nigeria. Of course, in the 50s and the 60s, when there was the clear struggle for independence, it was impractical to put forward the idea of an independent Yoruba state because you're never going to get it, right? Awolowo's view was that it was expedient to first to get rid of the colonizer right? And afterwards, we're going to sit down and then talk about Nigerian structure itself. And that's why if you look at the events that led to the first election that produced Tafawa Balewa, it was quite clear on what his mission was. And it's that never let these guys take hold of leadership, right? Let us here in the South, produce the first prime minister. I don't even mind taking a junior position to you, because he understood that leadership of Nigeria at the time would then form the basis upon which the structure of Nigeria would be defined. If you read his book, The People's Republic, where he simply itemized his view on how the Nigerian Republic should function, you would see that it was very clear-eyed that the British legacy was bound to fail. In fact, in the book, he went philosophical in describing how nation states are formed. And he said nation states are formed by three primary reasons. The first one is by conquest, where one group will conquer another. The second one is by mutual frustration with wars. So you fought each other for a long time and they decided to just come together to form like a simple nation state. While the third one is when an external body simply merge you together because of their own administrative convenience and whatnot. We all know which category Nigeria belongs to. And he said that unless you achieve like a shared story, which is what nation states are premised on, it's never going to work, because the parties will deal with each other with mutual suspicion, not mutual agreement. And you cannot build a nation state based on mutual suspicion. It's an arrangement designed to fail. If you read that book critically, it simply itemized exactly how he wanted Nigeria to be structured. So even if you want to retain the name Nigeria itself, in practice, it would be a fusion of independent nation states, and then you can call the collective Nigeria itself. So you cannot say that such a man had any, association, affiliation with the Pan-Africanist movement. Quite the opposite. You can say the same. You can say that of other people of the era. Definitely not Awolowo. He was very particular about the fact that ethnic affiliation is the basis of forming any nation state. He was very particular about it.
I also wanted to ask that even
Give
the
me a
one
second,
on
please.
Facebook. Wait, even
Well, I just
I
sent
just
you a link. Please, if you can post that link, that's a video from Awolowo speaking in
you
the.
can't use one point of
I think
reference
sometimes
to
when we have this
justify this
discussion,
thing. You can't use one point
Raju,
of
give me a
reference to
second.
justify this,
Olamiwaju,
because
please
you
let
can't
him
use
be
one point
done.
of reference to justify this.
Olamiwaju, let him finish his point, then you go right after him so that you can just move along. Okay, Mr.
Yeah,
Ade, finish
I
your
think
point.
sometimes we are not very neat or clean in our analysis, right? We tend to sometimes we may mix one thing or the other. The concept of a nation state, and I think when you go in a tangent when you went in that discussion. I just gave Raju a video from YouTube. If you go and play that video, I believe that's the one where Alolo talks about one Nigeria. That ideology is directly in contrast with everything that you just said.
Have
And
you
the
read The
issue
People's
was,
Republic? I'm sorry. Have you read
hold
The
on,
People's Republic?
Let me land. I'm not doing this trivia thing. I feel like this or that. Go and play that video, and then and if you disagree with what it says in that video, no one is there's no Photoshop there. It's a video of him speaking, right? Now, I actually went and did some research, and I was wondering at what point did Awolowo change his philosophy from one Nigeria to a pro Yoruba nation? And Awolowo was pro-Yoruba in terms of culture and everything. But I think the mistake, and I'm being very clear about this, the mistake that he made was uh, not going for Yoruba sovereignty at different points when we could have achieved it, in my opinion. And I think one of the moments when we could have achieved Yoruba sovereignty outright, I'm not talking about Yoruba culture and Yorubas being prosperous and doing well. I'm talking about the Yoruba sovereign state specifically. Pre-independence was a good time to push for that, where we could say, look, you amalgamated us, we don't need to be together, we're having our own way. Another point too was around the time when the Biafrans were pushing for their own nation. That was another opportunity when we could have said, listen, it may be more difficult, but Yoruba people want to have our own nation, just as Igbos want their own nation. But instead, I believe that we missed that opportunity. So to come and you can go into a tangent about Awolowo's personal politics, but that is relevant when you talk about the life of a nation and the decisions that were made that affect an entire race of Yoruba people. So again, the point is not to castigate Awolowo, right? Because you want to go into details of Awolowo, but that's not why that's my point exactly. My point is that as the leaders of that time, we had an opportunity where we could have gone for a bad nation, and we missed. So and I think we missed it both twice. So in our generation, we have a third opportunity. And by the way, this Iran nation movement has been on for over 20, 30 years, but it's just that this time today, I believe, is a moment that God has really ordained for the energy to rise, and an opportunity is open. And I really hope that we don't blow the opportunity. But I wanted to touch on, although I fear that sometimes the way the movement is being handled, that we're wasting time, and we're wasting the opportunity that God is giving us. And I say that I don't say that superficially. I say that from a very from an activist position. Anyway, uh, on the issue of one Nigeria, there's no such thing as a Nigerian culture, or there's no such thing as, that place Nigeria. We are all hostages of nationality. That's what we are, because if I carry a Nigerian passport, right, it's not by will or by desire. Yeah, I'm an hostage of that nation, right? What I should be is as well have a Yoruba passport, right? Our country should be Ile Yoruba. That should be the name of our country. This rubbish about the Republic of Nigeria, Republic or Republic of Nigeria of Yoruba land. Don't put English in the name of our country. Ile Yoruba. That's what we are. And we will write it as such on our passports and in every international document that we produce to the world. Our language is Yoruba. So, where are you from? I'm from Ile Yoruba or whatever. But to put into to write our the name of our nation, where we are using Yoruba nation now because it's convenient. But as we move more towards actual Yoruba language and Yoruba culture, right? I'm not. Then we can begin to actually use our culture and our language the way it should be. But Nigeria is an artificial creation. It's people. The British created it, and it was intentional because they understood that it is difficult for different ethnic groups to work together and govern each other. They are going to you are triggering their survival instincts. It will be every man for himself, except on a macro level. And the British and the Germans and the French and the Italians, they don't mix and match themselves into one government in the same political space. They geographically, everyone respects their natural geographic boundaries. Everyone respects their natural ethnic fault lines. And they build the government around this natural divide. They don't delude themselves into saying, unity at all costs. Unity across natural divide, anti-nature. It doesn't make sense, right? And it rarely works, especially when the people themselves don't want it. And so when I hear the word Nigerian, I am not Nigerian by any measure that matters. There is no Nigerian culture. There is a Yoruba culture. There is an Igbo culture. There's an Hausa and every other kind of culture. And to pretend that there is anything Nigerian, it is because all the individual cultures are dying, and we are failing to pass over our culture to a culture and who we are to future generation. So, of course, if they don't know who they are, and if English is all that they are using to communicate and define themselves, you go to Lagos today, and you see people who count it as a badge of honor to speak English to their children. Come here. Have you eaten today? What happened in school today? And sometimes it's even so bad that they're trying to emulate an American accent to communicate to a Yoruba child on Yoruba land in English. So these are the kind of rubbish that we're practicing, that I think we need to get away from a cultural perspective. And I think that this can inform um, who we really are and who we choose to be. So again, no Nigerian identity, except to the point where we allow our indigenous identities to die to create some kind of photocopy English / Niger area identity that will serve no one. So I think I'm going to stop my words there, and I'll respond to whoever wants to challenge me on my ideas. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ade. Rewaju, do you still want to please, Mr. Otuno, please just give us a moment, please.
I actually wanted to say something
The elder
I
brother
think
has been waiting.
there is I think Ade, you are missing something. I'm not going to justify that conference is not Lancaster conference. Um what did they forgot? And there were a lot of things said in that video. I think maybe you didn't watch it finish. He said some things that actually he did make mention of the constitution, and that is where I even see that some people were even telling him that he's a tribalist or whatever. Who, in fact, in Nigerian politics today, if people want to say who started tribal politics, they'll be saying it is Awolowo. But because we don't understand the concept of what tribalism is, or nationalism, or your interest. In fact, there was a video I did told people to go and watch. The guy was extremely neutral. He said it there that Awolowo propagated the agenda of Yoruba nationalism, the interest of Yoruba, this and that. I mean, we will not say somebody would not make mistakes sometimes, maybe in their choice of word. In your context of why he did not talk about Yoruba nation, have you read about what happened in Kwara State when the people of Igbumina and Ofa, they were, in fact, it was not something of a joke. Maybe I can pinpoint that. I know about this. It even led to the deposition of my own king, my hometown, because they were extremely against what they called the Northern Nigeria, whatever that. My own king will even receive letter from the premier of Northern Nigeria, Ahmadu Bello. He would not go before he was deposed. So there was some nuances there that they needed Kwara State and the far large of the Yoruba Kogi area to join the Western region then. But I didn't know if they had taken that opportunity to take them then. Our people in Kwara State might be under threat, even if they've left the Nigerian context. It will
Alan,
now
please
be.
round up so we can go to
I
other.
think it was just an intentional tax, because the Lorry people were the one giving us edict then. They were the one doing everything. There was alkali court, a whole lot of things. So you need to put all these things into context too. So Kwara State was just that thing they never had, and that place gave them a problem of not justifying why they needed an entity, because our people then wanted to join them, and some people on the other hand, particularly those ones from Ilorin, they didn't want them to join Western region. You can type it there, like Western region. Just you can type online that Ofa and Igbomin people wanted to join Western region in the era of Western region. You will see a lot of articles that cited it. So I think those were one of.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I
Thank
just
you.
get 20 seconds, please?
Hold on, Mr. Ade. Mr. Ade,
I think
please. Mr. Ade, please. You talk for a long time. We just want to correct something so that we can move on. We still have other people on stage that are yet to talk and are waiting. I don't know who else wants to speak. You mentioned
yeah.
that quick,
Yeah,
just take like 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to address two things I heard Mr. Ade, assert. The first one is that he claimed that there was an opportunity for us to achieve Yoruba nation pre-independence. That is completely false. There was no such opportunity. If you in fact look at the activities of the colonialists in the Southwest, which was where they met their stiffest opposition, right? Because the colonial rule was fiercely resisted in the southwestern part of Nigeria, in particular, because at the time there was already a greater awareness, and people were already writing. It was already a viral media at the time that was fiercely opposing the colonialists. And what they did simply, even after the amalgamation of 1914, you would see that they continued to divide the Southern Protectorate because they were afraid of a collective position on that end, right? So they were trying to break the people into smaller tribes and to also force them to into conflict with themselves. They were simply aiding the NCNC and AG conflict. In fact, if you look at some of the issues that led to the 1953 conference in London, one of it was the fact that Awolowo and his allies were insisting that Lagos should be considered as a part of the southwestern part of the country, not an independent colony. NCNC took an opposite position, and they were supported openly by the British colonialists because they were happy for all of these conflicts to be breaking out amongst them. Because
that's where the word Lagos is no man's land came from.
They knew that if they were united, it would become impossible for them to simply control the nation's destiny via the north. So it was any suggestion of a Yoruba nation at that time was simply an impractical thing that colonialists would never have allowed, unless you wanted a protracted independence struggle, which was what Awolowo tried to avert. So the second point also is that, would you find videos online of Awolowo saying one Nigeria? Of course you would, but that was a political position, because at the time, that was what his party felt like was the best way of getting rid of colonialism. They saw the struggle in stages, right? The first one was to, first of all, exit the British. And then they can deal with Nigeria as a fundamental entity where they can then now assert their idea of how Nigeria should be structured. In fact, if you look at the 40s, when Akintola and the rest were young and were growing in the Action Group, many of them were open communists. They had communist ideas. It wasn't until they saw that their association with the Kremlin was going to hurt their colonialist struggle that they abandoned it. Right? There was a time that they even held a press conference apologizing and stating their loyalty to the crown because they knew that they could simply crush them. These people were at a time where you could be killed and nobody would say a word about your death. You're gone, you're forgotten, you could be locked up forever. Like nobody would like give a hoot. And they had to fight for their people. So they simply chose practical politics to say, how can we win this battle and then come back to fight the war? The bigger war for them was actually in a country where they can simply pursue their own death as they wished. And that was what Awolowo saw. So let us get Nigeria. And then after that is done, we can then now talk about the Nigerian structure itself. And that was what the first election was all about, which of course we all knew the reason why it was the NPC that eventually produced the prime minister. Had the coalition between AG and NCS, which Awolowo suggested, had worked out, Nigeria would have had a completely different destiny today. But it didn't work out for obvious reasons. But to suggest that because you find a video of Awolowo saying one Nigeria meant that he drank the Kool-Aid of Pan-Africanism, it's just such, I don't know, like it just doesn't add up. If you read any of his books, right, any of his books, you wouldn't even suggest that he had Pan-Africanist idea.
Okay,
He did
thank
not.
you.
Never
Actually, I
did.
think you
Mr.
betray
Dave,
yourself. Hold on,
Mr.
guy.
Dave,
Let me
please
respond to this
now.
idea. He's
Mr.
responding
Dave,
to
you will
me. I
have,
should be able to
Mr.
wait,
Dave,
but
just a
give
moment,
me.
just a moment. Mr. Dave, just a moment.
Mr. Michael.
Okay,
You are saying Mr. Dave even after I stop speaking. That's not correct.
Mr.
The guy you respond to me. Let me get 20 seconds to respond.
I'm coming, barrister. This is a nice conversation, and it's always good. It's not just for us to just talk. So that's why I'm happy that this conversation is getting to this crescendo. So, my brother, Mr. Michael, permit me, let Mr. D respond, and we move to the next speaker. Please, Mr. D, barrister, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. When you say that, you see, it's not until someone takes the word Pan Africanism and stamps it on their forehead because before you realize that they are functioning under Pan Africanist ideology. Fee, when you say that the strategy at the time was let's all just get rid of the British and then we'll sort it out later, what does that sound like? They are uniting to get rid of the British. That is Pan-Africanist manifesting itself in their politics. But you're thinking that until what is Pan-Africanism?
That's a false
Hold on,
equivalence,
guy.
Ade. That's a false equivalence.
It's not.
Pan-Africanism is the
It's not.
idea
please
that
let him.
Africa has a common destiny. That wasn't
It's
Awolowo's
okay.
position. So you and I can have a common enemy. It doesn't mean that our objectives then become the same. That's false equivalence.
No, it's not a false
Please,
equivalent,
nobody
right?
should interrupt. Let Mr. Day finish his thought in a minute, then we can move on to the next question. Please, nobody should interrupt, please. If anybody interrupt, I'll move to present to the audience. Thank you. Mr. Day, please finish your thought in a minute.
It's not a false equivalence. The whole concept of Pan-Africanism was that African people, or to a larger extent, Black people, but if you want to focus on the African continent, well, these people coming together, working together in order to get rid of the common oppressor that they were laboring under. So if you talk about the different ethnic groups of the Niger area, banding together to say, okay, let's just get rid of the British for now. We'll sort it out later. That is classic Pan-Africanist strategy. Even if they don't have any conference meetings with Kwame Nkrumah or with David Dubose in in Casablanca. So it was Pan-Africanist in nature. But let me give you an analogy to today's world. If you were to say to us today, because there are some people in Yoruba Nation who believe in restructuring, they say, let's go back to the original construct of the Confederation and how we have a Western region, but we call it Yoruba Nation, Biafra, or whatever, right? Let's go back to having a confederate structure with autonomous regions. If you tell that to me today, I would say no, for several reasons, right? Because we have to be able to monopolize.
Mr. Day, the minute is up. You
Can
can
you
come
hear me?
back again.
Well, let me let my point. We have to be able to, Michael, to calm down, please. We need to be able to monopolize our own security, control our, things like that. So for those reasons, going back to restructuring will never work. So if that's our own today, now if you go back to but it'll be easier to do that. But I'd say no. So if you go back to the Biafra era, when the Biafrans were fighting for independence, or you go back to even pre-Corona era, it is easiest to say, let's first get Nigeria first, and then we go about speaking up later. But that's what I'm saying. The analogy is there, and we must choose the higher road, because when they took the easier road in the past, it cost us. They had an opportunity to say Yoruba nation all the way. They chose to choose a more expedient political arrangement that put us in the trouble that we're in today.
Thank you, Mr. Ade.
Can I
Thank you.
ask you a question? Can I
Hold
ask you a
on.
question?
At least
I
now,
want to
they
ask
have
you
the
a
chance
question.
to alter.
Hey, join
P,
now, any
relax. Both of you
moderator,
hold
I
on
don't
for crying
draw.
out loud. P, just please, guys, wait. We need to. People are waiting to talk. Those people need to talk. There will be time later to come back to this bits and pieces of moments. The anxieties I've had, I would like to respond to as well, but we need to give other people the chance to talk. Max, you're new on stage. Just wait. Aki Kanjo has been here for a while. I'm not yet to speak. So once that Kanjo is done, then we can come back to Max. And Oduno, you are down in the PTR. We skipped Aki Kanjo previously because it was busy. That's why I'm going back to him. Right after Aki Kanjo goes, the PTR will definitely come back to you. So please just give us Aki Kanjo. Mr. Aki Kanjo.
Yeah, thank you. There are some few things I want to quickly point out that because I don't want to repeat what anybody has been saying, and I've been learning a lot. But with the recent conversations that I just listened to here, first, I had someone talking about we cannot deal with resources. Let me first attend to that. That all this talk of resources, I don't know, I can't repeat what you said, but it's just like jumping from zero to you're jumping from number zero. Instead of starting from zero, you start from 5 and you move on from there. Because I don't understand the idea of that you as an ethnic nation, you have land, you have resources, and you talk about technology. What makes the technology? Is it not from the same resources you make technology and all those things before you can talk of exchange or whatever? I don't know. People can correct me because I don't know how to speak too much grammar. But it's based on just on simple analysis and simple understanding of understanding the essence of what makes you powerful. Technology does not make you powerful. Knowledge is not what makes you powerful at the beginning. Everybody has knowledge. Yours is not superior than the other. Yes, you might have a different thing entirely from the other person. But first, before you exchange knowledge, what has your knowledge produced that you want to exchange? And that thing you want to produce comes from somewhere. Where does it come from? Your land. That is your resources. If you don't have it, how do you produce it? How do you now get to a level of even exchanging? You don't jump from, you start from somewhere to get to the next. You start from the little drops of the water. How do you say little drops of water makes a mighty ocean? You start from the little things before you get to the big things. But right now, you don't even have anything of that because everything about you, your knowledge, your civilization, your resources, every goddamn thing is taken away. That is exactly the major thing that we need to understand why you need to get back to how you control who you are. Because at the end of the day, when you own your land, you own your resources, you can build on what you have, and there you can now be talking of exchanging knowledge, your end product. But you don't even have any of the beginners to talk of exchanging anything right now. Nobody respects you anywhere for the knowledge you have. That is exactly why we are in this deep mess that we have. Then secondly, I also want to, that aside, now I also want to point out something, though I know you guys have ignored all this while we're having the discussion. I don't know, it was just a chat war with some. I'm surprised that, is it that people write books, understand the problem, they know every goddamn thing that is the problem, but the simple solution which people are talking about, we are talking about here on TYF, many Yoruba nationalists are talking about, or any other nationalistic minded person based on ethnic knowledge is talking about, is self-determination. And people think it's just about war. People think it's about bigotry. All those languages that you like to use. Russia, that is destabilizing the world power system right now, is using their resource to fight the rest of the world. All the sanction that they have sanctioned them, West is holding them by the neck. They are holding them by the balls. Visa and MasterCard sanctioned them. They did not care. They jumped to China to use the payment system of China, and they use their own. They don't give a damn. That is their resources plus the technology that the other person was talking about before. Because they are using their gas to fight the world. So resources is a very, very big thing to fight with anytime, any day. So I'm surprised that guy called El Nathan John. I'm going to announce it here. The book called Formation of Nigeria, from Jihad to Amalgamation. That is the guy that read that book. He was the audio voice in that book on Kindle. And he knows all that information. But yet, he's abusing people here on bigotry and everything. I'm surprised. Is it not conclusive for me to say that the more some people are educated and speak English, the more they are less brilliant or intelligent? I think those of us that did not go to school safe, we have more brains than these people to understand this simple 2 plus 2 mathematics. Then lastly, I want to come to this Awolowo issue. The Awolowo I know, and even the other guy in the north, they are not Pan-Africanist. I don't know what the argument is all about. The fact that Awolowo mentioned one Nigeria, let me also explain something to people here. There's diplomacy in what you people talk about in most cases. If I'm wrong, anybody can correct me. What about the fact that he mentioned it? The situation of mentioning it, because I've not watched it and I'm going to watch it. But the Awolowo I know, the Awolowo I also read about, is one of the first people that is proud about his ethnic identity. And he carried it well. It's only Zik that is a Pan-Africanist amongst these major people. Awolowo said one Nigeria does not dictate that he has an ideology of Pan-Africanism. And the fact that he mentioned the one Nigeria at one time or the other does not mean he's interested in a unitary government or the old nonsense that has happened today. Because if that is the case, there's one thing I keep saying to people. When you do something, when you are doing something, let what you do speak for you. When that what you do speaks for you, then you are doing something. But when you have to announce it, you are not doing anything. Because Awolowo, what he has done that we are all talking about precedes him, and the simple definition is that he is interested in his Yoruba people. Simple as ABC. His interest was never in all his issue was not having meeting to create a pan-African or a pan-Nigerian identity or whatever. It's all about the Yoruba people. It's simple as that. I don't want to. Everybody, when we talk about people are not perfect, that's a different thing entirely. Perfection does not come into this stance. Mistake is not the word for it. But what about diplomacy? What about the powers that be at that time? What about the way I need to talk so that these people will think this is where I am, but this is what I'm actually doing? And what is actually doing, we all are a product of that. We all can see to that evidence of who he is or what he's doing. I might agree with some other things that Mr. Ade spoke about, but that whole idea to put Awolowo on in that box, no, because he said one Nigeria, one thing in one video, does not make him think like Zeke or many of them at that era were all Pan-Africanists in their head. No, Awolowo was not like that. Awolowo came with an ideology that is different. Even talking about Mahatma Gandhi was like what he looked at, while Zeke was looking at the West, because that's what Zeke brought, and Awolowo brought this ideology from that other side. Because while you read it, you also understand that he's wearing a glass, just like Mahatma Gandhi, because that is how much he wants to look like somebody who is his mentor or somebody who is thinking in his brain. We all read that in some of his books or in some of his journals. So I don't understand where that is coming from. I'm arrested that because I don't want to repeat what everybody has said, because I've learned a lot from every other submission. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Edmond. Yeah. You've made some wonderful submission. Thank you on touching on the submission of the regards the resources. I share your view as well. People need to understand that as much as resources is a cost for you today, in the long view of things, resources is a net positive for you, because you don't have to travel through the oceans to be looking for resources. You need to go and be begging people. You don't need to go and be doing coup in people's country because you want to just maintain access to resources. resources. So people need to understand that resources are a cost because you don't have the sovereignty to control that resources. You don't have the power to control that, determine how you want to shape it. When you do, you understand the true value of those resources, and you get to determine if you want to actually destroy your land so that some people can have self-driving cars that run on battery. It's up to you to now decide if you want to give the world that luxury. Because at the end of the day, the luxury of the world is built on the destruction of people's indigenous people's lands. So it's up to those people to determine that day when they can truly control it, if they want to destroy their land so that humanity can have self-driving cars at the end of the day. Thank you, Mr. Oduno. You've waited so long. I saw you flashing a light, and I'm sorry for making you wait so long. You can now the floor is yours. Thank you for being patient, sir. I hope you forgive us. And before you go, just give me 10 seconds. Just tell people to please, those are people in the audience. Please follow the club. On Clubhouse, the little green icon at the top, click it and you follow that to follow the club. We can also find Think Yoruba First on YouTube, on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Telegram as well. On Telegram, you can search for 2F Community Channel. You can join that. Everybody is welcome. A big happy family. You can find us also on TikTok. Honestly, this is what we are thinking about first. We want to be able to go to the moon because the only thing left for us now is to just to colonize the moon. We are practically doing a good job colonizing every platform already on that. Mr. Oduno, please go ahead. Sorry for making you wait so long.
Brother Michael, oh, if my glasses are rendering me to be able to see, and each and every one of you who are on this platform of immense importance. I am thankful to the Almighty for providing this platform to us. I was looking for some of the wiseness of our women on this platform. Maybe I missed it because I don't have on my glasses. Because it is very important in the dialogue of where we go from here, though we are beholding to the past, we're in the present, building the present to formulate the future. Our children and even those who are unborn shall be looking at us. Brother Ade, I appreciate what you have shared with us about the unpacking and each and every one of you. Human beings, profound human beings with the godly guidance and their own ethnic proclivitiveness. They made whatever profound other than mistakes that they made. And they made mistakes. We are nowhere near where we ought to be. We are maturing. And you, Mr. Ade, and this brother Oduno right here, with all the profoundness that I think I know in my academy or non-academy, I will make mistakes. Was the mistakes intentional? Or was the mistakes because an unknown? Or was the mistakes because that's the way the ball happened to have bounced at that particular point in time? And I'm not a footballer, but I did play a little basketball. I think we have to have humor. But this is wonderful. I'm in the U.S. I live in the United States. I'm thankful that someone was mentioned about Owolowo. I never met him, but I did read his literature as a younger man. I read the literature of My Odyssey by Zeke, Nason, Africa by Zeke, Dark Days of Ghana by Nkrumah, his autobiography, Facing Mount Kenya, and a number of other things. But we have a responsibility to plan our plans and blueprint our plans and incrementally put them into practice out of this kind of a forum or the media. Many have expressed what happened in 1884, 1885. I'm not going to go into that. The Berlin Conference, what happened in 1914, and what happened in 30, and what happened in 1945. We are here today. Osajifo and Nkrumah suggested to us, and many others suggested, but very few practice. I am not an African because I was born in Africa. I'm not a Igbo because I was born in Igbo land. I'm not a Yoruba because I was born in Yoruba land. I am not whatsoever it is. I am it because that culture born into me, and I am practicing this culture. Some of you may think that, well, who is he to be speaking to us? You may not use the Quran, you may not use the Bible, you may not use the Odus, you may not use the Iliathi, or you may not utilize Oludamare, or Inyame, or Ungo, or Kulunkulu. But one thing is for certain, we are humans and we have to take up the task of what there is to do. I have granddaughters, I have grandsons, and many of you also have daughters and grandsons. And what are we going to prepare with and for them today? Are we going to argue our way to the apex? Or are we going to build ourselves from the sub-basement, the basement, and from the ground up? What is to be done? There are many people on this globe that's called the earth. They have positioned themselves to take over the continent as they have been negotiating themselves. What are we going to do as women? What are we going to do as men? This is the task that's left before us. And not to be philosophical or ideological, however, when the Honorable Marcus Mosias Garvey was in prison, and he wasn't the only one in prison, and Nkrumah was in prison, Kenyatta was in prison, and others were in prison. Malcolm or Malik Shabazz or Omar Wale was assassinated. And I heard somebody mentioning Gandhi. I appreciate Gandhi, but we are who we are, and God has made us what we are. And out of our own creative genius, we are to make ourselves what we must be. We can borrow, we can pull from wherever or whomsoever, but we are the arbitrators of our own destiny. And let me shut this helicopter down. I want to say to you, when the Honorable Marcus Mosias Garvey was in Atlanta prison, somewhere along the July of 1925, he wrote a treatise, and interesting enough, we write some interesting treatises when we are in prison. How many of us been in prison for what we believe and what we think? Yeah, those who went to prison, they went there because of what they believed and what they thought and what they did. In paragraph 8, the Honorable Marcus Mosias Garvey was not only writing, he was building that, because when he came to the United States of America, he was looking at the pattern of the Institute at Tuskegee, George Washington Carver and Booker T. Washington. And Garvey, if he left us anything, he said the African, whatsoever clime, whatsoever variation, we have to teach our children the highest, I heard someone mention it earlier, of science and technology, because we cannot withstand the designs of modern materialism without having the highest of science and religion. And he taught us that we are never to forget our Almighty God, not the God of politics, not the God of convenience, not the God of my ethnicity only, but the God that will emancipate, liberate, move on the sovereign road for that continent that's called the continent of Africa. What is our task? Am I and my ethnicity so important that I will move it in such a way to keep that continent from being
Mr.
sovereign?
Odo, can you please round up in a minute? We are at the last hour of the program. I would like to go back to the mods so that they can
I appreciate that, and I thank
over the
you
mod.
for allowing this humble brother to share, and may the Creator continue to, in your own way and in your own custom and tradition, continue to strengthen you. But where are the women? And what are we going to leave for our children and our future generation? Are we going to be a sovereign continent? That, and how do we get to it? One God.
Thank you, Mr. Oduno. And like Mr. Oduno mentioned, we are our women. So our women in the audience, please raise up your hand, come up and come and share your views. Mr. Sheyi, you are the last person, so we're going to take you for 5 minutes so we can go back to the mods and we can just have, I guess, Are, you have something to quickly put in. You're a mod,
Yeah,
Are, just.
Mark was supposed to go after Eduna.
Yeah, I know Max was supposed to go, but I wanted to just have 5 minutes for Mr. Sheyi, then we can now go back to the mods and just shield the conversation a little bit more for the last hour and just round up the room. Mr. Sheyi, would you like to take 5 minutes now or wait until after Max goes?
Maybe after Max. Sorry.
Okay then. Max, fly away. Mr. Max? Oh. Am I audible?
There's no jet fuel, so you cannot fly.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
Please, can I say something quickly because I have to go host another room.
Starman, he asked you a question, and I'd like to respond actually.
Okay. P, wait. Let's Taman go back to Mr. Sheyi, then we come back to Mr. Max. If Mr. Max is not available, then P can now answer the question.
I am available now, and I can say something when it's my turn,
yeah.
sir.
It's your turn, sir. We've been calling you for like 1 hour, sir. You didn't answer. Sir, it's your turn. Take the mic.
Forgive me, I was actually on phone, and I thought I've even been disconnected. So what actually made me come up was because I'm not really very fantastic in criticizing what people say, but in this case, I actually want to give a more robust contribution so that maybe it will help some of us to balance, the variables we have or constants we have on the point we are trying to make. If you consider the Second World War, for instance, before I'll come to the topic, if you consider Second World War, for instance, you would understand that the Red Army and the Allied forces that eventually subdued the Nazi Germany and had the Berlin divided does not mean that they were on the same side. I'm speaking based on what Mr. Ade said. It was based on common dangerous enemy. And over time, imbalance of power in international politics, precisely Europe, you would see that one of the most important balance of power and deterrents that were employed by the then European power was by state creation. And in state creation, you see where opposing adversarial states or kingdoms accepted to have a buffer, like when Belgium and the Netherlands accepted to were merged together so that they could serve as a buffer between Germany and France. Most time it is not because our nationalists, for instance, Awozik and the rest who put what they did to make Nigeria become an independent state. It doesn't necessarily mean that there were nationalists to have Nigeria to be together, or there were Africanists or Pan-Africanist so that Africa can be one. No, it's basically what a fellow who spoke earlier that criticized Ade, is basically what he's saying. Nothing unites people like common danger and common benefit. That philosophy hasn't changed today. Otherwise, does it make sense that does it not make sense that the Yoruba nation is actually preaching about their freedom? Igbo nation is preaching about their freedom. Is it a must that eventually, if the southern Nigeria goes, Yoruba and Igbo will be in the same country? No, it's not a must. At the end of the day, it's because we have a more competent, dangerous enemy in Nigeria. And if we fight them off, the Yorubas can be on their own, the Igbos can be on their own, then the rest of the other smaller nations can be on their own. And if they must be together, it's a different arrangement that can happen on a round table. So let's not make that mistake to believe that because truth be told, I wouldn't want to blame any of our nationalists for the reason that we're facing today, like we being one Nigeria. No, it was never their fault. They couldn't have been able to change it. At some point, when you read some work, if you read a book titled Lagos in a Glance, you will see in detail various Yoruba kingdoms that had independent treaty with the British colonialists, that had treaty that the British will not interfere in their market and in their people and their kingdom. That the only reason Britain might even get involved, if at all, is if another opposition like French is coming to Yoruba land. But at the end of the day, British betrayed. The same thing they did King George. The same thing they did to the Arrow people. So what the point I'm trying to make here? The point I'm trying to make here is that if you listen to audio book by Wendy McRoy, you would hear where this British Labour Party member said that at a certain point, as early as around 1920s, up to 1949, when British investment in the whole of Asia, because it's all about money, it's all about investment. That was primarily what brought them to Africa. It hasn't changed. It's still the same thing till today. When British investment in the whole of Asia was put together to be below 30 million pounds in the whole of Asia, I'm talking about both India, both Hong Kong, both Malaysia, everywhere British had in Asia, put together was below 30 million pounds. Their investment in Nigeria alone was over 179 million pounds. Can you beat that? That explains the reason why they could leave India, allowing Pakistan to go and letting India to be on their own, because that's nothing holding them together. There's nothing compelling them to make sure that these entities did not divide. But in Nigeria happened to be their largest investment in the whole of the whole world, the whole of the universe. So it was intentional for them not to have Nigeria get divided, regardless of what Zeke wants, regardless of what Awo wants. It was pure manipulation. And when you want to compare modern politics to what happened then, you see reason why British High Commissioner in Nigeria, the Cagliona of a woman, would always tell you on the last 1st of October, after the massacre of NSAS youth and many other killings in Nigeria, he still tells you that Nigeria is 61 or thereabout and still thriving. Then you ask yourself a question, are you thriving? So if with all these deaths, massacre, land grab, genocide, replacement, displacement, and this woman could still use this word, still thriving, it tells you that it's thriving for British transnational company. And that is always their goal. It's not about what Zeke would have done. Otherwise, they did not get here in peace. They got here by massacre and shedding of blood. What do you think that just by your mere intelligence and education, they will let you be? It's impossible. We shouldn't be thinking that way, sincerely. That's all I want to say for now. But maybe if I'm given another time, I could now speak on Western hegemony as a sustainable whatever without Africa. But if you want me to speak on that, I could just make a quick point.
Oh, make the quick point. Let's have it all at once so that everybody can chew at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, the point I want to make here is this. If you look at the word hegemony, to humans, especially those that you are hegemonic upon. You appear like a cancer. Sincerely, imperialism and hegemonism is actually cancer. And what do you understand about anything cancerous? It is that it doesn't exist in a vacuum. It must exist in a body of a living thing, either human being or animal. What does that tell you? Hegemony cannot exist without, for instance, Africa. Examples abound. If you remember Europe before the Treaty of Westphalia, you would understand that there are multiple wars. You would understand that they never trusted themselves. You would understand that they were doing so many manipulations because at that point in time, there are so many powerful nations and countries in Europe, and none want to have anyone be hegemonic upon them. They rather go to war and die as many as they can die to defend themselves. And even when they lose, you see another alliance coming to fight off the other one, because monster never gets smaller. Snake that swallows rat today will want to swallow grasshopper tomorrow. So what does that tell you? It tells you that Europeans or the Western hegemony as an ideology cannot really exist without Africa, because Africa is like a body that accommodates that cancer. It's like asking a question, can a leadership exist without followers? It is impossible, because you have to lead the people. If you remove the people, nobody is a leader. So Africa is a place where this hegemony come to flex their muscle. Otherwise, have you wondered why there is war between Ukraine and Russia? It's obvious. It's about hegemony. It's about America extending. It's about Russia rejecting. But in Africa, you would understand that nobody rejects. Anyone that comes takes a pound of flesh the way it pleases them. French has gone in places like Rwanda or Mali, rather. Russia is there. One day you see this same Russia commit mass murder the way all of them are used to. Then the same African government will move from Russia maybe to another person. Maybe this time it might be China. So this hegemony thing will not exist without Africa. And Africa will always be the body that accommodates that cancer until we wake up someday. I just feel it's obvious. It's not even something we should contest. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Max. Before we go to Mr. Shea, Stama, you said you want to make a quick point because you have to run to another room. Are you still available?
Yeah, but Fee said he wanted to answer my question, so I just thought, okay, maybe he'll say, and then I'll because I'm running late now.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, P, take 1 minute, answer the question, so that someone can reply in a maximum of 30 minutes, so that Mr. Shea can talk.
Yeah, if I recollect correctly, you addressed the point I made about guilt-tripping white powers that colonized Africa, right? And I'm saying that specifically in the context of people simply gathering to rehash the injustices of the past without really deliberating on exactly how to get rid of the power imbalance that exists today. I don't think it serves any real purpose. I understand the place of institutional memory and remembering events of the past, but I think what's more urgent for Africa, as a group, and maybe Nigeria as an individual entity, is actually to find a path to a much more rewarding future. And that's to actually look at how you lost, right? And then see how you can avert such situation in the present and also in the future. So that's the point I'm trying to make. I don't think, we all know, oh, this is bad and all of that, but it's happened. So what we actually have to focus more on today is how exactly do we address the problem, which is the fact that the power dynamic today still means that we are still, at the foot of the ladder. And I think the second question you asked was pertaining to negotiating better trade deals, and that's because from my standpoint, I don't think that participating in the global economy today is just really a bad thing or a growth deterring factor. And that's because even the new powers that have emerged in the last 100 years did so by trading with the world, Chinese, Japanese, and all of that. People often try to make a case that they were protectionists, but that's not actually correct. If you look at the trade relationship between China and say the West, for instance, or even Japan, you would see that there was actually large volumes of trade going on. So I think what really would determine your growth pace is actually the kind of deals you negotiate, and you being intentional about the fact that you actually want to grow your country. And that would require some sort of sensible leadership, right? So if you look at Nigeria, for instance, today, nothing stopped us in the last 50 years from refining our own crude. Like nothing. It was just poor leadership and a lack of will on the part of our leaders. I mean, Saudi Arabia did it. Other OPEC countries have done it, right? It's just a matter of building a refinery and committing yourself to it. We had the resources, we had the money to do it. If you look at the oil boom era of the 70s as well, we missed a great opportunity to upgrade our infrastructure, invest in the people, blah, 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 blah. So the point is, I don't think that participating in the global economy itself is a bad thing. I just think it depends on the kind of deals you negotiate and what you're intentional about.
Starman,
Yeah,
do you
so
still want
Starman,
to
that's my
reply?
response.
Or
Okay.
do we go to Mr. Shi?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I've had that. Now, the first part of what you said about forgetting about talking about all the injustices and all that, and focusing more on the solution. Now, you cannot separate the two. They are mutually exclusive. You cannot ignore the problem, or, I mean, the fact that you might think you know the problems doesn't mean everybody even knows the problems. So you cannot ignore that and start trying to prefer or look for a solution from where? Thin air? And as for talking about solutions, you couldn't get more serious right now than self-determination. I keep saying this, not just to so-called Nigerians, I even tell white people, if some of you have seen me in their rooms, I keep telling them, the only thing that will save this planet from World War III, from the extinction of the black people, and from the destruction of the planet itself, the climate catastrophe and the plastic deluge, is the total decolonization and 100% self-determination of all sub-Saharan African nations and Caribbean nations too. They don't like to hear it. This is how significant this self-determination. Some people think, oh, it's just about a new country. Okay, just for the sake of time. As for trade or no trade, I can categorically say that if we self-determine, we do not need the West. Oh, some people think, oh, but their technology, look, I studied engineering. Anything you can see, even without the blueprints, as long as you understand the physics or you know that it does not break the laws of physics, you can re-engineer it. And then apart from that, their systems, who does all their computing today, have their labor force is us anyway. We can infiltrate and copy just like China did if we need to. They cannot use their technology to hold us to ransom over resources. If anything, we will hold them to, in fact, we will reduce the value of their technology because they still need, just like I told you earlier, that they need those resources to keep their economies growing, growth every quarter like they're addicted to. They will need those resources and they'll be forced to just renegotiate and make do because suddenly you now have new nations that want to develop that need these resources. This eats into their share that they're already used to. You've got them by the balls at that stage. You don't even need to go to war for revenge or anything. They understand this very well, which is why they are willing to pay terrorists, CIA, dropping off weapons to ISIS, and then suddenly ISIS is turned up in West Africa. They are willing to do anything to maintain this status quo. Do you know about the capitalism, dependency theory of capitalism and world systems development theory? How we're firmly locked into tier 4, and by design, we're not supposed to get out of there. And you talk about better negotiations. Oh, let me guess. What, along capital war, using their so-called model of capitalism today? Look, anybody that self-determines in Africa and goes back to practicing capitalism will be reduced exactly back to where they started before their self-determination within 2 generations. I can guarantee you that.
Oh, but that's not true. You look at Botswana. Are you familiar with what's going on in Botswana today?
Oh, God.
No, but that's not true. Like, this is actual reality. Look at Botswana. They're making significant progress. And this is how they've done it.
You can say socialist democracy. Then maybe they practice like in Germany. Maybe
I can assure you that they are
because
working on that thing.
Because
And
I have to go here,
Okay, people,
I
let
don't want to get
Starman
into
finish.
if you practice,
So I
if you
can
a
go
practice,
to
breakdown of
Sheyi.
Please, can
if
we
you
capitalism.
let
practice,
can we let Starman finish? Oh, the three of you are
Please
talking
let
at the same
Starman finish.
time.
So I can go to
Be,
Sheyi. She has been waiting all day.
because I have to go, I don't want to get into a breakdown of capitalism. And if I do, then maybe some of you actually realize that that's the greatest scam ever in human history, even greater than religion as a scam. Religion seizes your agency. You lose your sense of direction as a human being. But capitalism actually seizes your tangible assets, what you need as a human to survive. Capitalism is being used to push populations into extinction today as we speak, and the planet itself into extinction as well. I'm sure some of you think capitalism is, innovation, compete, innovate, the
exploitation.
free market. Some of you think it's got anything to do with the free market, really. Anyway, yeah, I'll land there for now, but yeah.
Thank
I
you so much, Starman, for those
and
words.
sorry, and yeah, thank you, Are. Thank you for thank you to all the mods on stage, and it's been an enjoyable room.
You
I
won't
look
thank
forward
me
to the next one.
specifically, Starman.
And thank you, P,
P, yeah,
Ojo,
that you see,
Rewaju,
P has
Thing,
joined the
Max,
P has joined
Michael.
the mod hegemony. Therefore, P stop complaining about the hegemony of the mods. You see, he's
Yeah.
enjoying power.
Oh, he wants
Power
special
is sweet.
treatment.
No, P is the perfect example of the fact that power is sweet. And people who have power, they don't want to let it go. So we must get our power by force, by fire. Mr. Sheyi, the time is now,
You
the ball is now
guys.
in your court. Can you?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. I'm not disclaimer. I am not using this opportunity to blame our leaders, especially the nationalists. Awo as a case study. I am not blaming him for anything. Especially because in retrospect, it's easier to say that now because history has unfolded. So we can say, oh, this was what he did. Because I once asked that question here that in Yoruba that she only about she baba no ni about wokon. In which case now I find that question perhaps it's not a useful question because who doesn't? Yes, but at least we can tell ourselves the truth. We can say that Baba Awolowo was Yoruba first in his ideologies, but we cannot say for sure because as history, I appreciate what our historians have done. Most of what I have known, I mean, at least I've only known superficially, but the depth of it was, I got to know most of it here from the mouth of our historians that they read directly from the book. So I appreciate what they have done. And then although sometimes they tend to drag some of their conclusions across our eyes, not to, sometimes they do so, which we are all guilty of. Yes, so, but I appreciate it. But the issue here is that we cannot also say, as Mr. Akinpoju said, that we cannot say it's for Pan-Africanism, but we cannot also say that he was against it. Because as history unfolded, we cannot say certainly because, and I cannot blame him because especially if you are on your own, if you are the only one for an ideology, let's assume he was against it. In the face of all that opposition, I don't know if anyone will survive it, as Mr. Marx suggested. How will they have survived it? Even if they were against Pan-Africanism, how is it possible? So I believe he was trying to make the best of what was then. Okay, maybe we cannot run away from it or from Nigeria, but at least I try to impact the lives of my people. So he made the best of what he had then. So perhaps that also tells us that maybe it is better for us to, as Yoruba, as ethnic Yoruba, we should stay together. So maybe if there are there's more than one person supporting an ideology, maybe it helps them than for one person in which case there is nothing he can do about it. So all he could do was to try to serve his people, even in the construct of Nigeria. So I believe that was the case then. So even though we cannot say he was for, we cannot also say he was against, because there are certain things about history that, I mean, what happened, that you realize that it doesn't seem as if he was against either. So more like he was making the best of the situation we had there. So that is what I have to say on Babawolowo. So we cannot blame him. In retrospect, we can say today, of course, the future will also talk about us too. What are we doing ourselves? If I was in his shoes, would we have done any better? Exactly. So we can say that now and blame him, but I think it's not fair, because there was no way he could predict what could have happened, which history, according to which we now know, this was what happened. But there was no way we could have predicted that this person has this so thing in mind. It is impossible. He can only do the best he can. And it is clear, it's evidence that, I mean, he did incredible things. For the situation he was in, it was incredible. So it is let's see what we can do instead of blaming them. Now for the hegemony, that the topic itself. I don't think this is, as Mr. Marx said, it's a question anyway, because our world is what is constant in our world is imbalance. That is the only thing constant about everything. There is always imbalance. You can see all these movements, everything, not just with respect to Pan-Africanism or whatever, like the feminine. There's always imbalance. And when there is imbalance, what happens is that the marginalized find a way to bridge the gap. So it is what it is. So we cannot say, so someone has to be marginalized for I don't know whether this is correct, an hegemonical or however society. So someone has to be marginalized. So the question goes, the answer is very simple. Of course, it is impossible to do so. So we can only be, for the most part, you can only fight your way out of it, because imbalance is always, it is part of our world. From time to time, someone will dominate another person. It's rather very simple. Yeah, so someone must dominate. So you that you have been dominated, you have to decide whether you want to come back up or not. It's your choice. So that's my opinion on the hegemony. I appreciate that you gave me the time to talk. So thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And your words spoke true. When P became an hegemony, joined the hegemony of the mods, he stopped complaining and he was wielding the power. Quite wonderful. Mr. Labode has come up to discombobulate our minds.
Why are you focused on me? I wanted to stay quiet. But listen. I think he did a fantastic job with his analogy. You see, there's this, and mind you, I love what happened in the past, and I think it's important for us to hold on to what happened in the past. However, there's this sort of Api, help me out with this English. What is it when you actually are so you miss the past so much that you just can't think of anything but the past?
Gerrymandering.
No, not gerrymandering. There's the word for it. Anyways, so I think what we have is this kind of the past was so beautiful. We must do it the way it was done in the past. Well, I can understand you doing.
Nostalgia.
Pardon?
Nostalgia.
That's it. Exactly. There's that nostalgia that we have for the past. And listen, the principles of the past worked perfectly in the times of the past. The biggest foolery would be taking that methodology and trying to replicate it exactly the way it was implemented or executed in the past. We can't do it like that. You see, economies have moved on. This hounding of capitalism, capitalism is such a bad thing. Now, I'm neither capitalist nor socialist. I think sometimes you have to be socialist, sometimes you have to be capitalist. A mixed blend of economy is what I advocate for. But I think this hounding of capitalism and us saying, making it seem like it's demonic. It's not. And capitalism is not actually strange to us. Let's stop this thing of, because the white man called it capitalism, then we've never practiced it. There are states in Nigeria that grew up on that, were developed on capitalism itself. And it's a thing, it's not strange to us at all. So let's not hound it, let's not discard it. It's something we can work with. It's something that can help us innovate, develop structures. The old Benin Empire was a capitalist empire, whether you like it or not. And it wasn't necessarily bad. They grew in their own way, But let's come to the hegemony part. This delusion that Africa means something I think, is self-defeating, and I think it's not making us realize the lack of importance we have in the world. We are not important. You see, just yesterday I was going through certain documents, and I saw that Africa, the investment to Africa is actually a tenth the investment in Europe. And mind you, we have a bigger population, 1.2 billion population in Africa. That's about a sixth of the population of the world. And we still don't mean much in the world because they don't see us as that valuable, or we haven't positioned ourselves as that valuable. That's what we're doing. And if we mistake ourselves that, without us, the Western hegemony is not sustainable, it's fallacious. It's so sustainable without us. With or without us, we don't matter in the scheme of things because we've not positioned ourselves to matter. And we must face the reality for us to know where we're going. We must understand how the world trade works. And we must seek to participate in it in a dominant way. Because what we do now is participate in it as the praise rather than the predators. We must switch from being praised to being predators. We must go for the jugular. China did it within years, within 40 years. They established themselves as a dominant factor to the point where Africa has become a prey to the predator China. And if we continue like this, deluding ourselves that without us, some sort of hegemony won't continue, then we'll remain the praise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olabode. We have to play the game of how solutions are built. We can't keep complaining. We need to learn from the past. We need to chart the way forward to the future. We need to be realistic, and we need to complete the process of decolonization. Like, yes, and resources are not a cause. Resources are only a cause because we are weak and we are poor. If you have the ways to wield those resources to manipulate them as if it's, you see what Russia is doing today. We see Saudi Arabia, how they're able to stand their ground no matter what happens in the world. It's because to a large degree, they have their resources and they have the capacity to wield those resources and they see fit. And that's what turns resources into a place. Because, like I said, and I'll keep saying, at the end of the day, whatever resources you have is just to determine how you want to use it. If you determine that, yes, you want your resources to be used to build for leisure, self-driving cars for the world, good for you. If you decide not to, because doing that might destroy your land, for example, in this case, then it's up to you to decide that. But ultimately, you must have the capacity to wield it, to protect it, and to safeguard those resources yourself, which is what a lot of indigenous people, indigenous community, and ethnic nationalities in the global south, Africa and the global south, because this is not just an African issue at the end of the day. It's also an issue in the south of America. It's a very big issue. It's only that for us, it's a little bit better because at the end of the day, we still have to a large degree, we are still in control of our lands. So in the south of America, the battle is first of all being able to control their land, which is very difficult in some places. So yeah, okay,
Michael,
Mr.
please bring
Labrador was
Miss
the last
Ainke up.
person. Sorry?
Please bring Miss Ainke up.
The people in the audience, once again, please follow the club if you haven't. It's a very, very wonderful club. You get to hear conversations like this multiple times. We are also available on all platforms. Honestly, the only place left for us to colonize now is just Mars and the moon, which is why we want to have Yoruba nation, so we can actually begin the process of colonizing Mars. So you can find us on YouTube,
our mind.
on Twitter. You can find us on TikTok. You can find us on Telegram. Just search for the TYF community channel on Telegram. You find us there. The pinned link to this room is a coming Twitter Spaces tomorrow. Please don't miss it. The title is very simple: EU controls Nigeria, will rule Africa, essentially. So the makings of, in the words of our lovely P, a global hegemon on the African continent. What is required for it? How do you achieve it? And if you can achieve that in Nigeria, how you are going to rule far and wide. And you're invited, please don't forget, this room will be rounding up, I think, in a maximum of an hour's time. This room should be rounding up. So we are going to go back to the mods. I know many people might have it, to P, you've spoken for like 10 hours.
I'm a feminist. I want you to bring Miss Ayinke Adefemi up. As a
Hey,
feminist.
I'm not done talking. I just need to wait a minute. P.
Thank you.
Like it's, oh my God. Yeah. You see, power.
You need
He's
to
getting more
hegemonize
power.
this guy, Mr. Michael.
And
You need to
honestly,
hegemonize him.
see, people, this is why, this is what I like our people to see. Mr. P is a prime example of why power is good. Power is sweet. When you don't have it, you be like us right now, we complain. When you have it, you'll be happy and you utilize it. And the people who have it like P, they don't want to give it up. Because the power is not sweet. Those who have it, they would have left it. They would have come that, everybody let us share it equally. But no, those with the power will never let you have it. You have to do your best and take care and take what is yours. And to those in the audience, please, we are still welcome more speakers on stage. Raise up your hands, you'll be brought up, please. So going back to the stage, I think we can do kind of like a popcorn, whoever wants to talk. But P, you are not going to talk first. You've talked for like 10 hours today. So let somebody else take
Bring
a
Miss
microphone.
Ayinke up. That's my only request.
Miss Ayinke is busy. She's going to come up if she didn't.
How do you know she's busy?
It fits to grant us her voice today. So who has a thing or two to add to the topic? Okay, are we done? Have we spoken?
No,
all the
I wanted
words?
to make a point about something that's been discussed in the chat. When people say things like agrarian capitalism, capitalism is capitalism with regards to industry, right? So whether you are selling legal services or you are selling widgets could be anything from pens to computers to cars, right? Or whether you're even selling farm produce, right? Capitalism, trade and capitalism are synonymous, right? And capital is not just cash. It is whatever you have that you want to leverage, add value to get more, right? But so capitalism in terms of sector, the industry in which you practice is different from capitalist ideology, such as free market capitalism, etc. These are apples and oranges. So, and I'm going to explain that further in the chat to give I can continue some context. So, when I say that capitalism is capitalism, I'm referring specifically to Koju based on what we're discussing in the chat. When I say that capitalism is capitalism, right, it is in the context that I don't see much utility in focusing on. I'm sure people have written books on it. It's relevant to me. I don't see much utility. So if I sell computers now, right, I'll say, I'm practicing computer capitalism, as opposed to selling farm produce, where I'll say I'm I'm practicing agrarian capitalism, right? Capitalism is basically trade, and we've been doing it before the Europeans came. It's human nature to trade and add value to what you already have, increase your wealth. So this idea that and I'm moving away from from what's in the chat. So this idea that capitalism came to us from the Europeans is not correct. But I think, of course, they took it to another level where they used African people as fuel for their own capitalism. And I think that's really where much of our wars began. But just to kind of like retouch on what I said, these things about.
If I can.
Hold on,
if I
please.
can cut you short.
No, please don't do that. Let me land. So this idea of agrarian capitalism or computer capitalism or law service capitalism, it's just all these demarcations. I don't think they're necessary. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think in discussing some of these concepts, I think we need to separate the Western implementation of any idea from the idea itself. And I think sometimes, because of the way the world is, hegemony and the power base, we tend to equate an idea to the Western implementation of the idea a lot. And in terms of how we choose to bring prosperity and development to our people, either capitalism, either socialism. Look, at the end of the day, for me, like I keep saying this, there's no one path to the future we seek. It's a multitude of ideas that will make that will make the stew of what we seek. So either you are going capitalist, you need to be mindful of its impact on your people, the net effect of it on your people, on the surrounding. You need to look into the future and determine the utility of the capitalism to a what degree. Like, yeah, you want to have capitalism, yes, but we've not seen that capitalism without a necessary check and balances is a net negative. So in whatever, it can be capitalism, it can be socialism, it can be whatever it is you determine that you want to do, you need to observe how it affects your people and make the necessary modifications to correct that. The Chinese do that well. In the structure they've built for themselves, they're able to look at what is the net effect of this on our people and make the necessary correlations to bring more prosperity, more development, more innovation for their people and bring them up. The Japanese does this as well as also. I was reading a tweet just the day for yesterday. Somebody it was why is it that so supermarkets change. You know, when you talk about supermarket change, when you talk about the Walmart, the Spar, the ShopRite, kind of fails when you go to Japan. Those kind of structures tend to fail because in Japan they go more of a mom and pop shop. You know, the shop that's just is there and settles this particular street or this particular community, something akin to that. Why? And in the article, the guy kind of summarized it, boils down to something very simple: prosperity versus employment. Like, very simple. The Japanese made the choice that, you know what, we'd rather have more people employed than simply have 10 companies that brings multitudes of billions of dollars. They make a choice in that particular sector. It doesn't mean that they made the same choice in every other single sector, because we've seen that they do not. We all know Sony. Sony is one of the biggest brands in the world when you talk about movies, when you talk about technology. In that particular sector, they made a capitalist choice. You know what? Move and develop. In certain spaces, they make a much more conservative choice so that more people will have access to opportunities. Although, yes, it might not bring more prosperity, but at least more people are employed, more people have something to do from day to day. And that is the choice they have to make. So ultimately, and we can see it if you go to UK, you can see when we look at Europe, essentially, if you look at the health sectors in Europe, they are majorly subsidized. If you go to America, the greatest capitalist societies in this planet, almost everything in that country to a certain degree is subsidized to a certain degree. Their whole like farming ecosystem is basically subsidized. So ultimately, if we look at countries where we can see that it's not simply that countries are just carrying their bag and saying it's capitalism, but they are working on. They are very, very insistent on how they practice it. They make necessary modifications in order to bring the greatest net benefit to their people. Why mention that they do not destroy their people, they do not destroy their land, they reduce the amount of pollution that comes out of it, because like this is something we've seen. China, if a few years ago, if you go back a decade, China has a a problem with clean air. They have an air pollution issue. Now, China's net air pollution is at the same level as Europe. And in the coming years, it is said that it will probably get better than that, than Europe's even, because they are making these adjustments to work back that mistake they make in the past. So, like I said, we just need to do what we need to do, yes, but we must not throw out an idea because it's ideologically opposed to whatever ideology we would know. All ideas have their merits. Like no matter what it is, no matter how good it is, too much of a good thing, like they say, is not good. So whatever idea we hold, we must be willing to shift it, to change it as required. Most importantly, based on its effects, net positive, negative effect on our people, both in the short term and also looking at the long term, and kind of working out the balance within that. So that's just what I would kind of like to clarify on that point. Um, I don't know if anybody else has something to say or the room is done. So you know what? Let us round up the room, and in this instance, we are going to go
Well,
from top.
I would actually just
Mr.
like to make a final
Mr.
point.
De, wait. It's going to Mr. De. Mr. De, please wait. Please, I'm sorry. Wait.
Why do you like
The mic
chatting with
is
Ade like
wait.
that, Michael? What's the
Mr.
issue?
De, I'm Mr. De. I'm being. Please just wait. I'm going to
You
start
know,
from
just say
Floraju.
Attorney Ade. I think that's more respectful.
No, no,
Yeah.
no. He just called for submissions, right? And then when I attempt to speak, he
Yes,
started
and
with
I've
Ade.
not finished the points I'm trying to make. I called for
Sorry,
submissions. I
Your
need to
Honor.
make.
Yeah, they
I
don't.
need to just.
Just don't be so dramatic. That's all.
Okay. I'm sorry for being dramatic. Anyway, ultimately, what I'm trying to say is this: that I'm going to start from the right. I'm going to go all the way down, and then the row is round off. So once Mr.
Yeah,
Oladipo is going to the last person on
for me,
PTR, once he speaks, it's over, and we should not take more than 5 minutes. I'm looking at the watch for everybody. Thank you.
for me, practicing capitalism alongside socialism, the socialist system is one thing we should put in context because immediately capitalism is weaponized and there is no check and balance. The larger population would go into poverty. We must be clear. If capitalism is hijacked, if capitalists hijack a system, they will start influencing politics and all whatnot. These are things you need to put in context. So we must be very clear on that. So both must. What I would say we must practice is what we our practice those days, that government also had influence in the economic affairs and the people also did. I mean, we are just going too far. The Scandinavians are there. Look at what they are doing. Almost the same thing with the Germans. And you don't pay for school fee in those kind of societies. So if we can have that kind of system, I don't think we need to start arguing ourselves, except some people have some personal. People are bound to be selfish, rich people everywhere. But if we don't checkmate those people, when those people get to that position of wealth, they will start influencing your politics in whatsoever ways, and that can be detriment to the development of your people because you need to understand the politics of economics in society. It's very important. Once people can use their wealth to influence government structures, you are doomed. It will now be the interest of that person against the larger population, and the person can decide to be rich, and all of you can live in abject poverty. So it's just common sense.
Thank you, Raju. P, oh my God, you need to wait. The think tank of Clubhouse. Mr. Think Tank, are you there? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was busy chatting away. Okay, so I guess in the final analysis, we need to stay focused on, the critical things that will give us our own emancipation, ideally. As Africans, we've always had ideally, when we romanticize the past, it's not exactly that we want to replicate the past in the present. We know that might not be a right fit, but every forward-thinking society actually romanticizes the past. Even the Western world, they romanticize the past to the point that they obviously ignore all the damage they've done uh, to the rest of humanity. That's how bad theirs is. So if we decide to do that, I mean, we are not culpable in destruction of humanity. We are only saying that we can take some of the very important lessons from the past, infuse it in the present, so that we can create better future for ourselves. So it's important for us to do that, um, going back down memory lane all the time, to especially for the fact that we have somehow become misfits within the context of our own um, inability to develop our own indigenous educational system that ideally should guide us into our own future. So if we have so much of an infusion of Western educational system into our system, a very low, a very a very low knowledge of our past, our history, our heritage. It's important that we continue to interrogate the past. Very, very critical. Western hegemony is a potpourri of a lot of things. I mean, in terms of how they have exploited Africa. I heard someone say that we are not so important to the West because of investment. I think that is that's not exactly for the West. If you think that the rate in terms of how their own foreign policy objectives is to invest in another is by investing in other places. I mean, if you think that shows important how important the world is to them, that's ideally Western foreign policy objective does not amount to increasing investments in other places. Ideally, it is even if you see them investment inflow into a particular direction or particular region or state, it doesn't. They are doing it because there's something higher they are going to get. There's some return on investment. If you get what I mean, that is how foreign policy objectives work. So we can't ideally use that as a basis for um, telling how important we are to the West. There are a lot of things that the West does to determine their own foreign policy objectives. And one of the foreign policy objectives of the West against Africa is constant subjugation. And constant subjugation does not require investment. You understand? The fact that Africa must not rise in terms of having their own complete, total independence from the stranglehold of the West. So we can look at it from that perspective. So these things are neither here nor there. I mean, first of all, how can the West give you money? They run the global world currency in terms of dominant exchange. So how will they give you money and you think that by giving you money they are doing you a favor? Of course, there's something they are getting in return, which is much bigger. So I mean, so for us, we need to continue this engagement. We need to begin to educate our people as much as possible, and we need to really still begin to think about how do we begin to localize all of these thoughts? How do we begin to develop our own indigenous educational policy that will be very well rounded, make us think dispassionately about how the world will benefit us, not necessarily become moralize about the amount of good we need to do to the rest of the world. We have to think about ourselves first. So I think I'll just leave it there.
Can I say something? Is that okay?
Yes, it's speed as is necessary. You can talk. Let's still wait a minute.
So okay, so think I think I appreciate what you're trying to say, but in your statements there was something contradictory, right? In trying to say investment was so important, there was something contradictory. You talked about ROI, right? And then ROI basically.
Olabode, speak up a bit to your mic. Your mic.
Is it better now?
Olabode, can we make it quick? We have less than 30 minutes to go.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay.